So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to do the introductions and get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I can confirm that we do have quorum this evening. Currently missing is Councillor Kiley, as you have already noted. Joining us from staff are Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, James Barr, Manager of Development Approvals, Ian Clendenning, Senior Planner, Megan Robidoux, Intermediate Planner, Sukriti Agarwal, Manager of Policy Planning, and Ian Sullivan is our host for this evening. We currently have 4 agents in the meeting to assist with tonight's applications, and we currently have 6 members of the public who are watching from the gallery. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So the meetings tonight are being held tonight are public meetings under the Planning Act. And I'll read the notice of collection first. Personal information collected as a result of the public meetings are collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. Persons speaking at the meeting are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Additionally, interested members of the public can email the committee clerk or the assigned planner if they wish to be notified regarding a particular application. Questions regarding this collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning Services. The first portion of tonight's meeting is to present planning applications in a public forum as detailed in the public meeting reports. These reports do not contain a staff recommendation and therefore no decisions will be made this evening. Following the presentations by the applicant, the meeting will be open to the public for comments and questions. The second portion of tonight's meeting is to consider 2 comprehensive reports. One is a combined report. These reports do contain a staff recommendation. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. After the planner's presentation, committee members will be able to ask questions of staff, followed by members of the public. Following the question and answer period, this committee then makes a recommendation on the applications to City Council, who has the final say on the applications. Following council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Kingston before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So our first meeting tonight is a public meeting, and it's regarding the Patry application on behalf of 2312 Princess Street. So I will turn it over first to our planner.
Okay.
Mr. Clendenning, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. This is a statutory public meeting for a proposed, just bear with me, thank you. So, thank you and good evening through the chair. This is a statutory public meeting for a proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for City File D35004 Princess Street. By way of this introduction, I can confirm that notice was given in accordance with the requirements dictated by the Planning Act as detailed in the public meeting report. Further, I can confirm that the city received 17 pieces of correspondence which are attached variously to the agenda to tonight's meeting or the addendum to the meeting which was released this afternoon. I would like to highlight that this is a statutory public meeting held pursuant to the Planning Act, the purpose of which is for the applicant to present their proposal to the public and the planning committee to answer questions from the committee and the public. As part of this public meeting, planning staff have produced a public meeting report summarizing the proposal. Planning staff are in attendance this evening to record the questions being asked of the applicant and to address technical questions regarding the planning process. Feedback received throughout tonight's public meeting will be addressed by planning staff within a future comprehensive report once technical review of the application is complete and staff are ready to make a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, and who will be presenting on behalf of the applicant tonight? Mr. Tao. Mr. Tao, I turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Mark Tao. I'm a registered professional planner with IBI Group. So we are the consultant planners for the applicant. And I'll provide a brief presentation regarding the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, after which we'll have opportunity for to answer questions. Also with me tonight is a representative from the owner, as well as the project heritage consultant, Mr. Mark Gladys. So next slide, please. So the applications before or being presented at this public meeting are for official plan amendment to permit an increase in the maximum density of residential in the secondary plan area from 125 units per hectare to 209 units per hectare. And the zoning bylaw amendment is to place the property in a site-specific residential zone from the existing site-specific general commercial zone that it's currently in. And I'll just note off the start that the zoning or the property is currently only subject to the former township bylaw. It's one of those properties that was excluded from the new zoning bylaw. So currently it's not within the new zoning bylaw, but we do expect that the rezoning would end up placing the property as being subject to the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. The next slide, please. So the subject site is just under 1.5 hectares at the corner of Anderson Drive and Princess Street, next to the Rona hardware store to the west, and across the street from a number of commercial buildings, as well as a church on the south side of Princess. It's a few hundred meters west of Sydenham Road as well. And next slide, please. So in the immediate area, there is a variety of residential, predominantly low-rise residential to the north, including directly north of the property. And then along Princess Street, it's primarily commercial uses with some intermittent non-commercial uses, such as a motel. Motel is a quasi-commercial use, place of worship. The subject property also includes a commercial school within a heritage building. And then further south, there's a residential neighborhood as well. So it's along the Princess Street corridor, which is classified in the official plan as a mixed-use commercial residential corridor for most of its length. And so the subject property is within that official plan policy area. Generally, that permits and encourages mixed commercial residential developments and permissions for residential developments only in certain circumstances, which I'll get into later. And next slide, please. So just to provide some context about how the area has developed over time, this is from 1998, showing the subject property previously used for commercial light industrial. Environmental site assessment has been done for the property to address that previous non-residential use and to allow the conversion to a sensitive residential use. You can see at that time, approximately 24 years ago, there were some commercial uses in the church across the road, as well as the Goodyear automotive repair store to the bottom, or in the bottom right, to the southeast. And then the next slide shows approximately 20 years later, 3 years ago, demonstrates how the area has built up over time, including residential to the north, Rona to the west, as well as further development along Princess Street. Next slide, please. The property itself, as noted, is on Princess Street, and it's well serviced by existing public transit routes. There are 2 stops immediately adjacent the property at the intersection of Anderson and Princess Street, and it's served by multiple transit routes, either directly or indirectly from the nearby Cataraqui Center transfer station. And next slide, please. So the proposal, just in brief, is for approximately 300 dwelling units. It's a mix of studio or bachelor 1 and 2 bedrooms. It's proposed to be rental, a rental tenure. The building has been designed to step down from the south, so closer to the street, stepping down from 6 stories to 3 stories at the north end, where it is adjacent to the low-rise residential neighborhood. And as part of this, the setbacks and the step downs, or stepping down and stepping back of the building, were designed to provide that 45-degree angular plane for the building when measured from the property line, which helps to reduce shadow impacts spring, summer, and fall, which is the standard approach to mitigating impacts due to shadowing on off-site sensitive areas such as rear yards, parks, etc. There's also, as noted, a heritage building on the property. The property itself is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act for the what's referred to as the Pleasant View building, which is an 1800s building that was designated by the city in 2014. So the proposed building is to be set back approximately 36 meters from that original structure. There is a more modern garage addition to that heritage building that's within that 30-meter setback, but the building itself is outside of the 30-meter, or outside of a 30-meter setback from the heritage structure. All residential parking for the site is proposed to be located underground, and there'll be a limited amount of surface parking that currently exists to serve the school that will be retained. And so with respect to the heritage building itself, it's to be retained, as well as the surrounding landscaped areas and a number of mature trees, including black walnuts and other larger mature trees that are original to the property or longstanding on the property. In the heritage building currently is a private school, and we understand that is intended to be continued, at least in the short term. There are no plans, no proposals as part of this application to change the use or occupancy of the existing building. So it would continue to operate as it has for a number of years. Next slide, please. This shows overview of the property. The only thing I would note here that's different is that the surface parking that's indicated immediately south of the building is actually no longer proposed. It's been removed and it's been replaced in favor of landscaped open space. And so the building, as shown, is predominantly 6 stories for the approximately 2 3/4 of the building. But then as you approach the north end, it steps down from 6 stories to 5 stories to 4 stories, and then to 3 stories at the north end, so that there's limited or limitations on the number of units overlooking to the north, as well as limitations on the impact from shadowing due to that stepping down of the building envelope from 6 to 3 stories. Access to the site would be from both Princess Street, the existing entrance from Princess Street, as well as a new entrance from Anderson Drive. And then the access for parking would be via a ramp entering the building near the front entrance of the site. And then around the building, because there would be no further parking or driving areas, it would all be landscape space, including along the north yard, as well as the east yard on the east side of their east wing of the building. And just to the east of the subject property, there is a city-owned parcel, or city-owned or a land parcel that the city has an easement over, at least. So that land that's heavily treed that you can see to the right, that is not proposed to be impacted or changed as a result of this application. Next slide, please. This is showing the maximum amount of shadowing that would occur during the spring-fall equinox. So more shadow gets cast the deeper into the year, into the winter you go. So most shadow studies and best practices identify that shadowing should be limited or not occur on things like private rear yard areas, park spaces, etc. Throughout the spring, summer, and fall months. And then beyond that, so into the winter months, shadow casts, even by shorter buildings, tends to be significant, even for, say, a 3-story building. And so the building has been designed to accommodate, with that stepping down and stepping back, a shadow impact that it doesn't extend onto private property to the north from the spring to fall equinoxes. And then we have full shadow studies that were done for all seasons, and that's available online as well. Those can be viewed by those who are interested to see those further shadow studies. Next slide, please. This is the view looking north from Princess Street, just to provide a sense of the proximate elevation and design. The existing heritage building is on the left amongst the trees. If you've been by the site, you'll note that the heritage building is heavily surrounded by trees, which is proposed to be maintained. And next slide, please. This is a view looking north from Princess Street of the existing heritage building on the corner. Next slide, please. This is looking from Anderson Drive towards the heritage building. And the next slide, please. So as noted before, the property is identified and designated Part 4 of the Heritage Act, and was designated by the city in 2014 following a study that was commissioned by the city commissioned, I believe in partnership with the city and the previous owner in 2013 to guide future development of the property. And that included creating site development guidelines, as it was recognized that it is a large site, a rather unique designation for a rather unique situation to designate a large property on a corridor. And so there was recognition that there was development potential on the site. And so as part of the designation process, the city and previous owner looked at how the remainder of the lands could be developed in an appropriate way that still maintained and conserved the heritage character value of the property and of the building. So an HAS was prepared in support of the subject OPA and ZBA applications and assessed the design and helped guide the design to ensure that it would maintain and conserve the cultural heritage values that were identified for the site. And that's implemented through the significant setbacks from the proposed building to the original heritage structure, as well as the maintenance of the existing landscaped areas, large mature vegetation, et cetera, around the building. And next slide, please. A number of studies were completed in support of the applications, and further, the subject property will also be subject to a site plan control process, which would require further detailed engineering assessments, as well as landscape plans and further detailed engineering and grading and servicing plans. And next slide, please. So I'll just go briefly through the policies of the PPS, the OP, and the zoning. So the number of policies that apply to a site like this, being an urban infill site, as well as a site that has identified cultural heritage resources. And based on our review, we are of the opinion that proposed development does satisfy the policies of the PPS for the reasons identified on the screen. Next slide, please. So the property is designated in the official plan as being subject to the Cataraqui North secondary plan area. It's also identified in the official plan as being along the city's primary corridor, which is Princess Street, and then related policies governing development along such corridors. So the property is currently split designated, both residential and arterial commercial. The proposed residential use is permitted in both designations, so a change to those designations is not required, but an official plan amendment is required to increase the maximum permitted density from 125 units per hectare to 209 units per hectare. Next slide, please. So as part of the assessment of whether or not that increase in density is appropriate, as well as whether the building envelope and the development proposed is appropriate, there are a number of policies throughout the OP that had to be assessed, including locational criteria, compatibility criteria, residential designation requirements in terms of appropriate locations for medium and high density residential uses. This would be high density residential. And based on our review of the OP, we found that the proposed applications do maintain the intent of the official plan and conform to the policies therein. Next slide, please. So these are the various primary policies, I would say, that were assessed. Our planning report goes into greater detail, looking at these and other policies as well. Next slide, please. So as noted at the start, the property is still only or remains within the previous Kingston Township zoning bylaw. It wasn't transferred into the new zoning bylaw. So it's subject to a site-specific general commercial zone, which permits a variety of uses, as well as accessory residential. The general commercial zone is quite a major or large scale type of zoning that permits retail uses, as well as things like hotels, convention centers, place of worship, etc. So it doesn't permit an apartment building or any kind of standalone residential, which isn't consistent with the official plan designation in part. So the proposed zoning would have to change to permit the residential to both implement the official plan and with respect to residential allowances, as well as to simply permit the use on the site. And next slide, please. So just, I'm going to talk about a couple of things here quickly in terms of the zoning relief that's being sought. So zoning relief is being sought for a number of provisions, as is typical, to allow kind of the site-specific design that's being proposed. Particularly in this case, I'll just highlight that the building envelope would be controlled through the zoning in terms of a height map, as well as setbacks to the north property line, as well as the other property boundaries. There's a proposed reduction to things like the parking supply to have a slight reduction from the current Kingston Township zoning requirements, but it would comply with the new zoning bylaw parking requirements. So there'll be a bit of a transition between old and new zoning as the project proceeds, and as revisions may be made in response to comments from staff and the public. And so those are changes that would be ongoing, and the final revisions proposed would likely be presented as under both the old and the new zoning bylaw, pending the status of the current zoning or new zoning bylaw coming into effect. And next slide, please. So as noted, relief would be being requested from a number of provisions in the old Kingston Township zoning bylaw, including lot area per unit, adjustments to minimum yards, minimum dwelling unit area to allow for the bachelor or studio units, minor reduction in the landscaped open space, minor increase in lot coverage, adjustments to the parking, many of which I would note actually comply with the new zoning bylaw. And finally, the current private school use isn't actually permitted under the existing zoning. So as part of the zoning bylaw amendment, we're proposing that that existing use be recognized and permitted as it's anticipated to continue. And next slide, please. So in conclusion, after review of the applicable policies and zoning, we are of the opinion that the applications are consistent with the PPS, conform to the official plan as proposed to be amended, are compatible with the surrounding land uses, and represent good land use planning and are in the public interest. Just to note, we are at what I call near the beginning of this process. So for those of you who have provided comments, we are reviewing those comments. We have yet to also receive some of the staff comments, including planning comments. So we do anticipate that we will be taking the opportunity to review all those comments received from both the public and from staff, and that the plan would be refined and revised in response to those comments before moving forward in the future. So if any questions, happy to answer those as the evening proceeds.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. So we are going to go now to the public portion of this meeting to give public an opportunity to ask questions. Just a reminder that if you wish to ask a question, you do need to use your raise hand function. And I would encourage you to use that function now if you are planning to ask a question. You will have 5 minutes, and I'll be very strict about the time. And when you begin, you will give us your name and your address for the record, and then you'll have your 5 minutes to speak. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you, and we'll begin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Through you, we do have 11 members of the public with us at this time and already 3 hands raised. So we are going to begin with Mary O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, your name and address, and the floor is yours.
Mary O'Brien and Grant McDonald, homeowners at 163 Ellesmere Avenue. This is a property that backs directly onto the north side of this proposal, and it's directly north of the designated pool area or outdoor amenity. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to speak tonight. I have some questions embedded in my comments. While we recognize that there is a need for increased housing in our municipality and elsewhere, we do not think that those of us living in such close proximity to this proposal site should be so unfairly and unnecessarily impacted. We ask that a more reasonable, respectful, and significantly scaled back approach be employed in revising the plan in order to arrive at a much more compatible solution to a local housing shortage. One of our most serious concerns entails shadowing. The planner was very selective in the time of year that was chosen to demonstrate tonight the shadowing. There is much more to the spring-fall than the spring-fall equinox to the calendar year. We measured the square footage of all window openings in our semi-detached house that happens to have a walkout. And that measurement is a total of 198 square feet. Of that, 144 square feet are exclusively south-facing windows and would be entirely blocked from sunlight for most of the day during all of December and presumably parts of both November and January. This equates to about 75% of the square footage of our windows that would have sunlight either completely or predominantly obstructed for many weeks a year. We ask, what is the cause of that? Could it be the proposed 6-story height of the apartment building and its close proximity to our property line? Put even more simply, 5 of the 10 rooms in our home rely exclusively, and 1 other room predominantly, on sunlight coming in from the south-facing wall, and they all would be affected by shadowing. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Not many people realize that due to the innate layout of most of the houses abutting the proposed plan, aside from 1 guest bedroom with washroom, all other actual living takes place at the backs of our homes, facing the proposed construction. And on a more personal note, I have an active studio art practice that I have located in the finished part of my basement. And that requires that natural light be continuously accessible. With the above points in mind, it's easy to realize that other issues ensue and need prudent consideration as per the city's official plan and policy on land use compatibility, section 2.7.3, such as intrusive overlook, i.e. balconies, terraces, with or without proposed amplified speakers, placement and orientation of the pool, and privacy concerns that come along with that. The pool directly behind our house has full open exposure to the backyards of many of us along Ellesmere, and this is quite unacceptable. Could it not face Princess Street or Anderson instead of directly pointing it towards the quiet backyards of existing residents on our street? Another important question is, why is it that the proposed building's north side, i.e. the only one that abuts existing residents, must house most of the building's features that promote the greatest noise and overlook? In short, the building is just too close to property lines at the south end of our yards. A mere 10 meters from our back fence is not nearly enough, and the height of the building is just too tall. Reducing the height by 2 stories would be more workable. This proposal, as it stands, can do nothing other than gravely destroy the enjoyment of our home. We purchased our property with full knowledge that the abutting parcel is zoned for arterial commercial and low density residential We're not in favor of having the official plan and zoning changed. We respectfully ask that city planners, planning committee, and developer take our reasonable concerns into serious consideration while processing this application. Land use compatibility is prime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Our next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Chair, through you, next to speak is Bonnie Yard.
Is Yard your address and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I live at 113 Sheridan Street. I am the chairperson of Walnut Grove Estates Community Association, and I represent the neighborhood, which is the subject property on the north. Although in general, residents are not opposed to the development on this lot, and as a matter of fact, we expected sooner or later that would happen. However, we must object to the principles of design which will affect those properties directly behind the proposed building. The effects concerning privacy are shadowing, overlook, and noise, as Ms. O'Brien had just noted, as well as other concerns regarding traffic, setbacks, and security. However, the main design principle, which must be addressed as it encompasses all of these concerns, is density. I'm going to use some calculations that would have been used when we were dealing with 2274 Princess Street on the next two lots over. We must strongly object to this request for amendment to the site-specific allowable density. And it would be from 80 square meters of lot per dwelling, not per hectare, per dwelling unit, to allow 48 square meters of lot area per dwelling unit. This is a reduction of 40% in the land area requirement to squeeze 302 units onto this lot. Please note that the lot size per dwelling unit approved for 2274 Princess Street was 74 square meters. If the same density figures were used for 2312 Princess Street, this would equate to 196 units. We implore the decision makers, pardon me, to address the enormity of the effects of density before proceeding with other requested design amendments. I conclude by stating that the association recognizes the need to address the shortage of housing in Kingston, and that buildings with smaller units may be one solution, but not at the expense of ignoring design principles currently put in place by the City of Kingston. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Yard. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
The chair next to speak is June Blackburn.
Ms. Blackburn, your address, and then you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, councillors. My name is June Blackburn. I reside in Walnut Grove at 131 Ellesmere Avenue, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I've addressed you previously in my capacity as chairperson of the Residents Against Incompatible Development Group regarding the same developer's application for a similar building at 2274 Princess Street, which is right next door to this proposed building, separated only by a thin piece of wooded land owned by Walnut Grove. And I note that on the slide shown by the developer's representative tonight, that building does not show on those slides. It shows still as a wooded lot, which, as we all know, is no longer the case. RAID's mission was to ensure, to the best of our ability, the compatibility of the 2274 Princess Street development with our properties on Ellesmere Avenue by focusing on the land use compatibility principles contained in Kingston's official plan. My message to you tonight is very simple. The anticipated changes that will be made to the application for 2312 Princess Street as a result of tonight's meeting need to reflect those that were made for the neighboring property at 2274 in order to reduce its impact on the neighboring residents' ability to enjoy their properties. Specifically, I refer to the following changes that were made for the neighboring property. reduction in the length of the wall facing Walnut Grove, removal of the top story for the most part of the wall facing Walnut Grove, Juliet balconies only permitted on the wall facing Walnut Grove, and an additional setback from the property line shared with Walnut Grove. Once again, this developer is intent on erecting a building that is oversized for the lot on which it will be situated, resulting in the following unacceptable impacts on neighboring residential properties. There will be an unacceptable amount of shadowing during the winter months, as already indicated by Mary O'Brien. The shadow study shows that on December 25th, which means for several weeks, both before and after this date, the houses will be in shadow for the entire day. Now, I realize that the shadow studies and policy don't recognize winter shadowing, but in reality, for the life and enjoyment of the residents along Ellesmere who will be affected by this, we need to take that into consideration. To resolve this, the length of the wall abutting properties was reduced, and the top story, which I'm talking now about 2274 Princess Street, was for the most part removed, which reduced the shadowing to an acceptable amount. The developer was able to utilize the slope of the land behind our property so that only 2 stories of the north wall are above the ground level of our properties. No such slope exists for this current property, which means that the full 3 stories will be overlooking the 1-story houses behind it. It may be that the excessive shadowing is due to the height of the 6-story building and its proximity to the property line. Whatever the causes, corrective measures have to be taken to significantly reduce the amount of shadowing to an acceptable level. The design of the building results in an unacceptable level of intrusive overlook. The impact of the height and length of the north wall is compounded by the location of all of the outdoor amenity space along the same wall. While the developer may argue that this is done to break up the north wall and reduce its impact on the Walnut Grove properties, the reduction in privacy and increase in noise levels negates this supposed benefit and in fact worsens the intrusive overlook. It is imperative that the outdoor amenity areas be relocated to the 3 other sides that do not overlook residential properties. As shown by the increase in density requested by the developer, yes, I've already said that, my apologies. Just an additional note that I made from the comments that the developer's representative made tonight, Mr. Troe. I know the setback from the Heritage Building and how much more of a setback is given to that is considered for that building than for the residential properties to the north. And while I know that the setback meets the minimum imposed on the developer, I once again argue that the minimum is not good enough, that that building needs to be further away from the Ellesmere Street residents. So tonight, councillors, I respectfully request that you keep these issues foremost in mind in your responses to city planning and ask for revisions that result in a more modest building that better respects its surroundings. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Blackburn. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Mr. Chair, we just have one further hand, so at this time, if you wanted us to do just a final call to make sure that we have no other hands after this last speaker. So if there's anyone else who wishes to speak to the current application to the floor, if you could please raise your hand in Zoom so that we know how many speakers are left, that would be appreciated.
And we will consider this last call, so if you want to speak, you need to put your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll turn over to Oren Niemelman.
Mr. You have 5 minutes, and if you could give us your address to begin. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Oren Nimmelman.
Mr. Nimmelman, sorry.
I live at 327 King Street East. I'm also running in Portsmouth for council. I want to speak in favor of the planned developments. I'm a renter. A lot of other Kingstonians are renters, and there is an absolute crisis in the rental market. A lot of the people speaking against the motion have the comfort of having owned their own home for a while. It's a nice thing to have, I'm sure, but the rest of us are being absolutely screwed. We do not have enough rental stock in Kingston. We don't have enough stock to buy that's accessible to young renters who didn't get into the market in the 1980s or 1990s. Right now, we have a vacancy rate of 1.4% on the rental market, where a healthy vacancy rate is considered to be 3 or 4%. Having too low a vacancy rate means that landlords have no pressure to fix their places as they need to. There's very little pressure to compete on price, which leads to skyrocketing rent prices. We simply don't have enough housing, And every single time a housing proposal comes to council, people will show up and argue for whatever the excuse is of the month not to build it. Either there's 8 trees on it or 2,000, they will show up. If it's a tall building, they'll say it's too tall. We don't have enough houses, and it must be really, really nice to have the privilege of viewing the housing crisis as an abstraction, because they do view it as an abstraction, where for the people who are renting or trying to get into the market in the first place, it's an actual crisis. We have skyrocketing rents, which means there's pressure for landlords to rent evict, often illegally, their tenants. And when that happens, anyone who's looking for a place, because there is so little housing stock, is now applying to an apartment that has 10 or 20 or 30 other applicants. The people who are trying to protect the aesthetics of their neighborhood are doing it at the expense of the suffering and precarity of their neighbors. And I'd like to approve more housing because we just don't have enough.
Are you finished, Mr. Niemelman?
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we are going to turn over to the applicants who respond to the comments and questions that we received so far. So Mr. Tao, over to you.
Well, thank you. And so I've been just taking notes of the comments. We've also reviewed the written submissions that have been provided. So just for those members of the public who are here tonight, when we provide a response submission, a revised submission, and responding to public comments and staff comments, we also provide a written response to the themes of public comments that are provided. So I'll try to answer questions tonight verbally, but we'll also provide written response to these themes of comments as well when we make our next submission to the city on this project. So certainly understand, so the theme in terms of the scale, I think a lot of the comments revolve around the scale, the intensity of the development, and that's certainly something that we're cognizant of, and I think it's something that we've heard obviously tonight in the public comments, and something that we've already started to, I think, look at in terms of how to respond to those concerns. And certainly with respect to things like shadowing, the challenge with the shadowing is that even a lesser height building, like a 3 or 4 story building and a similar setback or even greater setback, if you look at the winter time shadow study that was done, if you look at the length of the shadow cast by even the existing heritage building, if we were to build a 3 story building at a similar, even greater setback, because of the length of the shadows during the winter months, there are still significant shadow impacts even from a 3 or 4 story building, even at a greater setback as well. So reducing the height, increasing the setback will not necessarily have a significant impact on providing increased shadowing, reduced shadowing during the winter months because of the nature of the length of shadows as you approach the winter solstice. But certainly that's something that we can look at, and certainly it was something that was addressed in part, I think, through the 2274 Princess revisions as that project went through the process from start to finish. And so in terms of, I think, overall density, I don't know if, I didn't necessarily hear that density in and of itself is a problem. I think it's more the building envelope that results from the proposed density and then the impact of that building envelope on things like overlook, shadowing, et cetera. So certainly from a density perspective, we have adequate amenity, parking, et cetera, that can accommodate the number of units and number of tenants. So that's certainly something that I think the site is able to accommodate in terms of absolute number of units. It's more what form in terms of building envelope, location, size, height does that come in. So that's something that we're certainly cognizant of, and we've heard from the public, and something that we will be looking at. In terms of the location, placement, type of amenity area, I'm not sure. There's been a couple of comments about loudspeakers and amplified music, and I'm not sure where that came from. It wasn't in any of the submissions, and I think that's something that we would be actively promoting. So certainly the developer is aware that those are things that result in noise complaints, and that's just not something that is part of the plan. Certainly not something that even comes into this level of detail at the zoning stage. In terms of the amenity area, whether it's a pool or not, that's still to be determined. We haven't indicated a pool in the submission in terms of like the plans. It's just essentially at this point landscape space. It'll likely be programmed part of it, but whether or not it's a pool still, or whether or not a pool is included and where it might be, is still not decided, and something that we think would come at the site plan stage, which is subject to a public process as well in terms of comments and opportunity to review. I think those are probably the main points or main themes. And so just in conclusion, I guess for public comments, we'll take all these back, both verbal and written comments. And we're awaiting staff comments from a planning perspective, as well as from heritage, landscape, traffic, engineering, et cetera. And so our next task is to take all these comments and get together as a development team, consultant team, and put those comments into a response package to the city to address those, whether through revisions of plans, further justifications, updated reports, et cetera. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. So now I will turn to the committee for questions and comments. Are there any councillors that have any questions? I'm not seeing any. There we go. I thought there might be. Let's start with Councillor Osanek.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just have a couple of questions. One person, Mr. Tao, wrote a letter asking if along the fence line you could plant a berm of evergreen trees. Are you able to say that you'll consider that?
Yeah, typically, I guess that's something that would come at the site plan stage, but I think as of 2274, we're having things like a fence or landscape buffer along that mutual property line was desirable to the neighbors. That's certainly something that can fit into that category of mitigation measures. So it was good to see that comment, and it gives us something to look at as part of a response in terms of mitigation. So yes, that's, I think, something that's definitely on the table in terms of a landscape buffer of some sort within the rear yard areas, depending on kind of what the programming might be in different areas, and certainly a fence would be part of the proposal as well. I know there's an existing fence there, and whether or not that one's still adequate or in good shape, that would be something that gets addressed through the site plan process as well. I believe the conceptual landscape plan, which I'm not sure if it's on Dash, but the conceptual landscape plan that does exist does show trees along the majority of the rear property line at present. So I think that is currently the plan.
Thank you. Another person wrote in, Mr. Tao, that the land right now is much higher than the backyards of the homes adjacent to it. And it showed how water was already flowing off of like your property into the homeowners' backyards. And so with this development, is the land even going to be higher? And I would imagine that your stormwater plan will try to address, like steering any water on your lands into stormwater or the sewers. Is that right?
Yes, it would. I don't know the grading specifics. So if there is existing water leaving the site, we would have to obviously maintain or improve that condition. But there was a stormwater report that was done, including looking at the preliminary grading. So certainly that comment we can address at the site plan stage at the very least. And certainly the city engineering staff would also be looking at stormwater flows to make sure that any existing stormwater flows are not made worse. And they do expect that all the stormwater coming off the site would be managed through things like a storm scepter or something similar in terms of managing any offsite impacts.
Thank you. And I apologize if I just missed it in the report. Is there like a little summary anywhere of how many trees? Like I read that you're going to be keeping some of the trees on the south portion. So do you have a summary of how many trees will be at this preliminary stage are going to be kept versus cut down versus then replanted? And I'm sorry if it's in the report and I just missed the page.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So I didn't speak to it in the presentation, but there was a tree inventory that was done, and it should be on Dash. And so there are a number of trees around. I'm just going to pull up the tree inventory on my end. So the tree inventory has on the last page, has a photo with all the trees identified. And so all the trees around the existing house, which is approximately number 43 to 65, so just over 20 trees. A lot of the mature trees, including black walnuts, will all be retained. I'll also note there's some boundary trees and trees off property that were shown on the tree inventory as being to be removed or actually going to be retained, including some large black walnuts on the east side where it abuts the tree corridor on the east. So this site, I think, is different than 2274, where obviously around the heritage building, there's going to be a lot of tree retention. And then also because there are a number of larger trees along the boundaries, including some that are, I think, straddling the boundary with the easement lands to the east or street trees along Anderson. Certainly there's going to be a lot of mature tree retention on this site compared to 2274, for example.
Okay, thank you. I was happy to hear the words black walnut trees being retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Sorry, I'm my computer isn't working today because I lost my Wi-Fi. So sorry, I have this lurking picture hanging over you all, but I'm working from my phone. Both the neighbor or two of the neighborhood speakers previously spoke appreciatively about some of the improvements that were made on the previous at the previous development. And I'm just wondering if the proponent's planner can tell me, are there any compelling reasons why you can't adopt some of those issues that were appreciated by the neighborhood and incorporate them in this design?
So
Mr.
through you, Mr. Chair. No, I certainly appreciate the point, and it's certainly something that came up during the initial design process, I would say, for this site, about what mitigation measures and design changes that were implemented in the 2274 Princess process could be applied here. So I think that's certainly on the radar and something that we're looking at now in terms of responding to two comments that came across. I think ultimately the position was that, you know, the setbacks proposed and the stepping down in the buildings as proposed are largely appropriate or in line with policies around things like the angular plane and how the shadow impacts of the building would be presented and consistent with typical best practice for shadowing. So I think it's kind of a balance of, we still think this approach is generally consistent and appropriate, but also acknowledging that there are things that could be done to further improve the situation for the neighbors to the north, improve compatibility, provide reduced shadowing outside of, I would say, like the standard shadow impact study guidelines that we would see in the previous city guidelines that the city had as well. So I think short answer, we're looking at them, and I think next submission will hopefully see some of those changes implemented.
I'm looking forward to seeing the comprehensive report reflecting some of those positive changes that you made on your previous development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Chappelle, I thought I saw your hand up there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So as the council representing this district, we heard tonight some very well-spoken, articulate presenters that raised concerns that I think are very valid. One of the topics that Councillor Osanik brought up was the fence line. And I've had to address this site a few times. Although she's not able to be here tonight, Miss Langridge at 143 Ellesmere Avenue had brought to my attention last year about the overflow of the water, basically running from that site onto her property and undermining the integrity of the fence. The fence is about to pop. It's not suitable. The drainage is really problematic. And city engineering, city planning, everyone was trying to get something addressed. Nothing could happen. So it seems that is going to be a concern that really needs to be managed, because there will be Mr. Tao, if you go out to the site, you will note that you will need to replace a good portion of the fencing for sure. It says you're going to do underground parking. So one of the questions that I have is with regards to blasting, because your proximity to these houses are close, what measures are you going to take to ensure that the blasting doesn't impact any of the residential properties currently in existence, and what formula will you follow? Like, are you going to assess all of their basements and their properties for cracks ahead of time before blasting begins, so that there can be some claims made if damage is expected?
Mr. Tao?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not an expert in the construction side, but my understanding based on past experience with similar situations is that the city does have a protocol in place, and there are actually provincial regulations governing blasting for construction, including in situations like this. So there is a minimum requirement for notice, as well as I believe requirements for pre-blast surveys to be done within a certain setback of the activity. So I would anticipate, though don't hold me to this, I anticipate that the proximity of this development to the neighborhood to the north would result in having to do pre-blast surveys if blasting's done versus hoe ramming, to make sure that if there is offsite impacts due to blasting, that it is recorded, and that there's then requirements in place for repairs, et cetera, to be done. So again, this might be something that staff could perhaps better answer, because they may have more experience applying that type of requirement within the city, though.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be flagged as an issue of concern. Now, with respect, there was Councillor Neal made a very valid point. I mean, there was a lot of debate back and forth, some heated discussions between your client and the members of the Walnut Grove community. And, there's some disappointment that some mature trees are not left along the back lot, but a 2274 Princess. So why not start with your best foot forward and bring forward all those possible changes that finally were realized in 2274 right at the start for this one, to show that you've already listened to this community once and they're not up to be in another battle again.
Mr. Tao?
Yeah, no, it's a good, as I said, I think in response to a similar point from Councillor Neal, it's a good question, something that did factor into, I think, the initial design, and I think we provided more stepping back in this design than was originally proposed for 2274, in terms of providing some of those greater step backs and reduction to 3-story right from the start. But I think the process that we're in provides the feedback, the specific concerns that we would hear from these nearby neighbors as well, and we can respond to them and make changes accordingly.
The other question I have is, it certainly smacked of a little bit of an insult to my perspective that we give more than 30 meters for a break away from the heritage building. Yeah, we don't afford the same thing to residents on Walnut Grove on Ellesmere Avenue. Is there any reconfiguration of the proposed building envisioned that perhaps you can add, like provide a much larger setback by changing the shape? Like, are you fixated on this shape? Like the last time we had the P, which became the D, is this building like this is it or nothing? Are we fighting at that level already, or can we create a different style of building that maybe addresses some of these concerns?
Mr. Tao?
Well, I'm not sure if the developer is trying to make his way through the alphabet in terms of building shape, but I think there is some flexibility to provide a bit of a change to building envelope. The 30 meters to the heritage building is really comes out of the heritage designation and the site development guidelines that were prepared back in 2013 for this site and how it could be developed. And so those guidelines had specific measures in that were put in place at the time of designation to look at things like setbacks, reductions, or building heights for development on the property, et cetera. So that's really where the current building footprint and placement comes from, is from those heritage guidelines. So if there's an opportunity to provide some, if there's some push and pull, some give and take on all parts, from planning, from the developer, from a heritage perspective, there is opportunity, I think, to move the building footprint around in different ways to accommodate different interests and concerns. So
I see that Mr. Patry has his hand up there. Mr. Patry?
I guess Mark's finished that statement off. We are open to looking at the overall design of the building. We are very constrained with the heritage building that's currently on the site and the limitations that are placed on us for that, which makes the building tough to fit into the site. So if there's some flexibility with regards to that 30-meter setback, I think there's certainly some ability on my side to look at how to make the neighbors' concerns come across in the building for them. But really, when we went through this design, we were really constrained with the heritage designation that's there and the recommendations that were on title for that already. But we are open to looking at the whole thing.
Thank you, Mr. Patry. Back to you, Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, thank you. Now, this heritage designation was relatively recent, to like 2014 or 16, whatever the number was. It was relatively recent, and I guess it creates a bit of complexity. But given that it's so recent, maybe there is some flexibility with regards to that request. So, Mr. Patry, I appreciate your acknowledging that. Is there any possibility when you're doing a design to address the concerns of maybe moving that outdoor amenity space away from the north-facing side and put it on maybe the Anderson Road side or elsewhere, or maybe the Princess Street side, something that it doesn't back onto the neighbors? Because as a number of the presentations tonight, they've all expressed that they're not opposed to developing. They know something was going to happen. They're just really concerned about how much this is a dramatic change from what they expected when they bought their properties. So, maybe a little less density in the sense matching what you had at 2274 as far as density is concerned. Maybe having the amenity space moved into a different location. Those are things that I think really should be considered, because they really were trying hard on 2274 to try to preserve the integrity of the enjoyment of their community. And I'd like to, hopefully, if some goodwill is expressed, there won't be as much resistance. Certainly, the overlook, the shadowing, the fencing, all that was mentioned, the noise, the lighting, these are all very serious concerns for residents that are supposed to enjoy the twilight of their years. And looking at the size of the proposed allotment with bachelors and 1-bed and 2-bed, it might create a bigger issue with a lot of people in the area, considering 2274 is also going to have a large number of residents. So anything you can do to mitigate some of those concerns that were raised tonight and eloquently stated in a number of submissions to from the perspective of representing this community would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Chappelle. That takes up your first 5 minutes, but we will have a chance to come back to you after that. I'll give the applicant a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I can respond. And I don't have a silver bullet or a great answer to that. I think it's always, push and pull compromises here and there. So if we move the amenity, just as an example, and we have looked at this, if we move the amenity area to be oriented to the south, for example, or towards Anderson, if you're looking at a similar building footprint, and I'm just looking at the footprint on my screen, if you shift that amenity area and change the shape of the building, it may result in having more building or a longer face of the building facing north, which then presents its own challenges in terms of overlook, et cetera, or maybe some greater shadowing that otherwise could have been reduced with the opening facing north. So I think together, though, looking at the comments and responding to some of these different things, if we're kind of reworking the building shape and the footprint a bit, we can see what we can do in terms of that. But I feel like there's, again, you do one thing, it improves one aspect, but it may have a detrimental impact on another aspect. But that's part of the process is kind of working through and coming up with the best design that hopefully checks as many boxes as possible. So.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Any other questions from councillors before we go to round two? Not seeing any hands. Are we good for tonight, or are there more questions? Good, I see none. So what? Oh, sorry, Councillor Chabelle.
Yes, Councillor Hill. I just want to thank Mr. Patry for being on the call to actually have an opportunity to listen to the comments that were presented tonight by many of the residents in the community. That is definitely a positive position in my book. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will call the public meeting closed, and we will now move to our business agenda for tonight. So our business meeting is I'm calling that to order now. And I ask for a mover to approve the agenda. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Osanek. All those in favor? Opposed?
The agenda, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, with the addendum.
Yes, sorry, we're approving the agenda with the addendum. All those in favor? And that's approved. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? We have no delegations. We have two business items, and the first one is 998 Highway 15. So I will turn that over to our planner to make comments, and then we'll go from there. Ms. Robideau?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. This is a comprehensive report and recommendation for applications for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision for the property municipally known as 998 Highway 15. An applicant-led open house was held with respect to these applications on April 7th of last year, followed by the statutory public meeting on May 6th of 2021. Next slide. The purpose and effect of the applications is to redesignate and rezone the lands to develop a new residential subdivision containing 243 residential lots, a linear park block, a stormwater management pond, and a 30-meter wide environmental protection area along the Great Cataraqui River / Rideau Canal. Next slide. The subject lands are located on the east side of Kingston in the former Pittsburgh Township area. The subject lands have frontage on Highway 15 to the east and the Great Cataraqui River to the west. The surrounding area is characterized primarily by low-rise residential uses. Residential forms in the Riverview subdivision to the north and the Greenwood Park subdivision on the east side of Highway 15 include single detached, semi-detached, and row house dwellings. The subject lands were formerly occupied by a quarry operation, which resulted in an excavated area with exposed sheer rock cuts along the north, east, and south property lines. Currently, the subject lands contain some vegetation and secondary growth along the west side of the site. Next slide. The subject site is designated Special Study Area and Environmental Protection Area on Schedule RC1 of the official plan. The special study area shown here in purple consists of two separate parcels of land under separate ownership. The northern parcel, the land subject to these development applications, is owned by Tamarack Rito 2 Corporation, and the southern parcel is owned by Axion Development Corporation. The official plan requires that a detailed land use study be undertaken for this special study area by a future development proponent. So as part of these applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, the applicant has provided this required land use study, which considers the design and function of the subject lands and the adjacent parcel to the south to create a complete community. Under zoning bylaw 3274, the subject lands are zoned special extractive industrial MX1 to permit the former use of the site as a quarry. The subject lands are not currently subject to the new Kingston zoning bylaw, which was approved by council in April of this year and is currently subject to appeal. Next slide. The proposed development includes a total of 136 detached dwellings and 107 townhouse dwellings, which results in a density of approximately 27.7 dwellings per hectare. This is an increase in the overall density from the 23.3 units per hectare originally presented at the time of the public meeting. Townhouse dwellings are located along Street C, shown here in orange, while Streets A, B, and D contain primarily single detached dwellings, which are shown in yellow. All proposed residential dwellings will provide a minimum of 2 on-site parking spaces in the form of a driveway and a garage. Each lot also includes outdoor landscape space in the front and rear yards. Access to the subdivision from Highway 15 is maintained in approximately the existing location at the south end of the site. A 30-meter environmental protection area is proposed along the length of the waterfront in accordance with the ribbon of life policies in the official plan, which then abuts a linear park block with parkettes at both the north and south ends of Street B, implementing the vision of the city's waterfront master plan on the subject property. A stormwater management wet pond is proposed adjacent to the north park block to mitigate any adverse water quality effects that site runoff may have on the river. Next slide. Through the open house, public meeting, and the first technical circulation of these applications, the following primary areas of concern were identified with the original development proposal: ownership, maintenance, and safety of the rock wall, the official plan requirement for a single loaded road, protection of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, impacts within the environmental protection area, secondary street access into the subdivision, active transportation connectivity, on-street vehicle parking, and density. Subsequent to the public meeting, the applicant has worked closely with city staff over the last 15 months to address the listed areas of concern with the proposed residential subdivision. While all of these areas are reviewed in detail within the comprehensive staff report, I will speak to some of them now. Next slide, please. The existing exposed rock face and safety zone are now included within a consolidated block 248, which is shown here in red, and are proposed to be held in the ownership of a common elements condominium. So a future application for final plan of condominium will be required, and all residential lots within the proposed subdivision will become parcels of tied land with this block. The wall would be managed by a condominium corporation made up of residents of the subdivision, and all of the usual provisions of the Condominium Act with respect to condominium meetings and the election of directors would apply. The provided memo in Exhibit P of the staff report also details the works that the applicants will be responsible for completing on the rock wall in advance of final plan of subdivision approval and the ownership of this block being transferred to a condominium. The bedrock vertical face will be grinded to expose all deficiencies. Rock anchors and rock bolting will be used in areas that require rock mass stabilization. Steel mesh and geotextile will be installed along the upper sections, and vertical bars will be installed as required in localized areas. Next slide. The official plan speaks to requirements for a single loaded road between the river and Highway 15 north of Gore Road. The intent of this policy is to provide for sightlines to the river, ensure public access to the water, and to recognize and define the slope of the canal and the boundary of the EPA. Due to the site's topography and the existing development to the north, it is not actually feasible to provide a collector road from Gore Street through the site to connect to Riverview Subdivision to the north. Staff have worked closely with the applicant to ensure that the park and EPA blocks within the proposed subdivision have been designed to meet the intent of the official plan. The park block entrance at the intersection of Street B and Street A will allow sightlines to the canal to be preserved down the entire length of Street A as you enter the subdivision. The north end of the park block also includes generous frontage along Street B, again to maximize views to the west across the canal. And finally, perhaps most critically, the public access to the water will be provided in the form of an accessible pathway along the entire length of the waterfront, with access at both the north and south ends of Street B. Next slide. The subject lands are located contiguous to the Rideau Canal National Historic Site and the UNESCO World Heritage Site at the southern terminus of the Great Cotabaquay River. Concerns have been raised in regards to the impact of the proposed development on the cultural heritage value of this UNESCO World Heritage Site. In particular, these three primary points of concerns have been raised, being the height and visibility of dwellings along the elevated southern portion of Street B, the use of a large retaining wall along the rear of lots abutting the park block, and the use of existing and new tree plantings to provide visual screening of the proposed subdivision from the waterway. Next slide. The Rideau Corridor Landscape Strategy lists 10 principles for good waterfront development along this portion of the canal. Principle step 7 states that buildings should be low profile and not exceed the height of the tree canopy. To meet this principle, a maximum building height of 9.5 meters is now proposed for the most elevated 9 lots at the south end of Street B, as opposed to the 13 meters that was originally proposed. This change is illustrated by the conceptual section and rendering on this slide, where you can see how a proposed building height of 9.5 meters would fall in relation to a tree canopy of varying age. As a condition of draft plan approval, the applicant has also agreed that a landscape plan will be prepared for the EPA park and stormwater management blocks, as well as the rear yards of all lots facing the canal, to provide for new tree plantings to ensure adequate visual screening of the subdivision from the waterway. Finally, the retaining wall that was previously proposed along the rear lots abutting the park block has been removed in its entirety. So instead, these lots will be gradually graded downward to provide for a more natural aesthetic and to ensure that an accessible pathway can be accommodated from the bottom of Street B through the length of the park block. As a result of the above described changes and subject to the draft plan conditions, Parks Canada has indicated that they have no objection to the approval of these applications. Next slide, please. There have also been several questions and concerns raised regarding the potential environmental impacts of the proposed subdivision. The applicant has submitted an environmental impact study prepared by Ecological Services to assess the potential environmental impacts of the proposed development and recommend mitigation measures to negate potential impacts. The report highlights that the development will be set back from the waterway by 4 buffer layers with varying degrees of effectiveness. So these would include a shoreline cattail zone, a 30-meter naturalized EPA block that will provide for the removal of the existing quarry road within the EPA and the rehabilitation of the road to a natural setting. A park block which ranges from 4.5 to 36 meters. And a minimum rear setback of 6 meters on those lots that back onto the park block. So in total, this would provide a range of approximately 40 to 60 meters from the developed area to the water's edge, which does exceed the requirements of the official plan for the ribbon of life. As a condition of draft plan approval and at the request of the CRCA, the applicant has also agreed to provide for snake hibernaculum reconstruction and turtle protection fencing within the EPA block. Subject to the draft plan conditions, the CRCA have indicated that they have no objection to the approval of these applications. Next slide. In response to concerns raised by Kingston Fire and Rescue and engineering staff regarding access into the subdivision, The draft plan of subdivision has been revised to introduce a new intersection along Street A, which significantly reduces the distance between access from Highway 15 to residential lots within the subdivision. The proposed subdivision access now meets the minimum requirements of the city's subdivision guidelines for emergency access, and Kingston Fire has confirmed that the revised design will satisfy their needs. Next slide. Several questions and concerns have been raised regarding the connectivity of the proposed subdivision to surrounding neighborhoods and amenities, as well as the provision of active transportation infrastructure. Within the subdivision itself, mid-block connections have been added to provide more direct access to the park block, which are shown in light blue here. A sidewalk is provided on each street, which is shown in orange, which will meet the requirements of the city for accessibility. The proposed signalized intersection at Highway 15 now includes dedicated cyclist and pedestrian crossings directly to the Greenwood Park Trail system to the east. So from this connection, users will be able to access commercial uses to the south at the Rideau Town Center, as well as to the north at the Riverview Shopping Center. The proposed linear park block will also contribute to the creation of an active transportation network along the east side of the Rideau Canal. Next slide. A future connection is planned from the north end of the proposed park block to the city-owned woodland block north of the subject lands, as is envisioned by the Waterfront Master Plan. Public consultation for the Waterside Way Park and Trail System project, as shown here, was started last summer and is currently ongoing. Construction of these upgrades is planned for 2023. As shown in yellow here, future natural trail connections to the subject lands to the south have been planned to provide for an integrated trail network. It's anticipated the construction of the additional natural trails shown in yellow would coincide with the future construction of the proposed park block on the subject property. Next slide. The proposed official plan amendment would have the effect of amending Schedule RC1 of the official plan to designate the subject lands as medium density residential, environmental protection area, and site-specific policy area, as shown here on Schedule A of the draft amending bylaw. The requested zoning bylaw amendment proposes site-specific residential type 12 zones. The residential type 12 parent zone was selected because it was applied to the Riverview subdivision, which abuts the subject lands to the north. Site-specific floodplain and site-specific open space zones are also proposed to be applied to the EPA park block and stormwater management blocks. This was done at the request of the CRCA. In order to ensure that permitted uses within these locations are limited as much as possible. Next slide. Exhibit D of the staff report includes the proposed draft plan conditions, which will be required to be fulfilled as a part of a future plan of subdivision application. I would like to highlight a few unique draft plan conditions here, which have been incorporated to reflect the unique needs of the subject lands. The requirement for a plan of condominium for the rock wall and safety zone is reflected in the draft conditions. In addition to that, prior to final plan approval, the owner will be required to submit a report that confirms the location, safety restrictions, and maintenance requirements of the rock face and safety zone. As previously noted, a landscape plan will be required to the satisfaction of city staff, the CRCA, and Parks Canada for the EPA park and storm blocks, along with the rear yards of the lots facing the water. This plan will also secure the details related to hibernaculum reconstruction and turtle protection fencing. I'll note that this requirement is quite unique in that it has not been typical practice to require new tree plantings by a developer within future park blocks, but this is something that has been required in this instance due to the site's location along the Rideau Canal and the mitigation measures called for by the Heritage Impact Statement. Next slide. Planning Services recommends the approval of the application for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. The proposed development will provide for the repurposing of an underutilized former quarry site that is located within the urban boundary, adjacent to established residential neighborhoods. The proposed density and design of the subdivision provides for an appropriate balance of achieving the city's intensification goals within the urban boundary, while balancing the topographic, access, and heritage considerations of the subject site. The proposed subdivision is compatible with the adjacent UNESCO World Heritage Site and will provide for the renaturalization and continued protection of the environmental protection area on the subject lands. The development will allow for improved public access to the waterfront by implementing the vision of the Rideau Community Secondary Plan for a continuous public pathway along the boundary of the EPA. The proposed development is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the purpose and intent of the official plan, and represents good land use planning. Next slide. Following the approval of these applications for final plan of subdivision and final plan of condominium will be required to finalize the technical details related to subdivision design and to enter into subdivision and condominium agreements with the city. Next slide. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have here forward. We do have various members of staff and members of the applicant's project team in attendance this evening, so I will direct questions appropriately as they're received. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robideau. And I do note that the district councilor, Councilor Boehm, is here, so he will get an opportunity to speak once the committee members have addressed this. So I'll start with committee. Are there any questions from committee members? Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the land density going from to medium density, one of the concerns that I expressed to the developer was I guess the importance of maybe with staff or the city's planning staff can address this question more than anything. I have district areas up in Woodhaven where we have townhomes upon townhomes, and street parking is a significant issue. Is there, because we already have build forms that are similar on the waterside subdivision that are single detached homes, is there any contemplation, like, does the intense density have to be increased to that level, or could it be reduced so that you're not going to have so many parking problems in the future, especially along the townhome lots? It creates a real problem about parking, and I was wondering if that can be mitigated somehow, or if this is the plan that you're going forward with. It's kind of fait accompli at this time.
All right, who would like to respond to that? Ms. Robideau?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I can provide a response to that question. I would ask the clerk, Ms. Fawcett, if you wouldn't mind pulling up slide 22 of my presentation. Oh, bear with me, pardon me, it would be slide 24. The parking plan slide. Would be within the supplementary slides towards the end. I can provide a response while we try to pull up that plan in the background. So yeah, we certainly have heard from members of the public and members of committee that there's some concerns in subdivisions similar to one that is proposed in terms of the availability of on-street parking for visitors. And so in response to some of those questions and comments, the applicant was able to provide kind of a preliminary parking plan, which illustrates the availability of both off-street and on-street parking within the subdivision. There we go. Thank you so much. And so what this plan demonstrates is that a total of 540 off-street parking spaces are anticipated to be available, which results in a rate of 2.2 off-street parking spaces per dwelling unit. The existing zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 1 parking space per dwelling unit, and the new City of Kingston zoning bylaw would require parking at a rate of 0.8 spaces per dwelling unit within this part of the city. So off-street vehicle parking is certainly being provided here well in excess of the requirements of the zoning bylaw. But in order to provide some supplementary parking for visitors to the subdivision, we can see in this plan that there will be some on-street parking available, in particular, as you've noted, Councillor Chappelle, along Street C, where the majority of those townhouse homes will be found. I think certainly challenges in regards to on-street parking and parking enforcement issues are something that we have experienced in many locations across the city, as you've noted. This is not a challenge that is unique to this development. And I think what we do know is that as a result of the work the city has largely done within the last year, in particular, the Power of Parking discussion paper, is that increasing the availability of surface parking does not necessarily represent a long-term solution. We also know that the city has intensification goals to increase housing supply within our urban boundary. So it really is a balancing act here of achieving as much density as is possible on the subject property while providing consideration for the other constraints that the property does present, such as topography, heritage considerations for the abutting Rideau Canal, and as well as considerations for access. So I think that the component of townhouses that are proposed here are quite critical to providing some density on this site. And so that's why you're seeing the townhomes that you're seeing on the plan before us tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Chappelle?
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very comprehensive answer, Megan. I appreciate that. Was the most clear response to a parking question I've had to date. So thank you. My second question relates to the UNESCO World Heritage Site and the topology of that site with houses that are backing on to basically the waterway. I understand we have like a 30-meter ribbon of life, and there's some sections that might be a little more when you add low water levels of the cattails. However, was there anything discussed or envisioned of maybe removing that one strip of homes that right along the shoreline and have the roadway be the delineating factor, and then a walkway beside the roadway, therefore being further back from the river and retaining that heritage site even greater? Would the developer be amenable to removing that row of single detached houses?
Ms. Robideau?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to begin, and then I'll invite the applicant's project team to provide a supplemental response if they would like to. So yeah, in terms of the single loaded road policy in the official plan, as I spoke to in my presentation, we looked at the proposal very much in terms of what the intent behind that policy is. And I think what we found is that the primary intent of that policy is maintaining public access to and views to the water. And so that has been achieved in this proposal in that it's providing a continuous public parkway, which will be able to accommodate an accessible pathway along the entire length of the water frontage that this site provides. I think what's interesting to note in contemplating the option for if those lots were to be removed is that it wouldn't necessarily result in the provision of any additional parkland or the creation of a larger area of EPA on the site. It would really just be a different configuration of the site that would ultimately bring the roadway closer to the waterfront. So I think what we found was that the configuration that's proposed does best meet the intent of that policy, given that it's not actually feasible to accommodate a collector road north of Gore Road up to the north to the existing Rideau subdivision, given its existing location, given the location of significant environmental features immediately north of this site within that city-owned woodlands block.
Councillor Chappelle?
I guess it could be asked to the developer if they would, like, I know that a single loaded road is an issue, but if that was all parkland along there, that would be even greater access to the residents to the north and other community members. Because my concern is growing up in Sudbury, living with a lot of rock, trying to plant trees on rock is a little difficult. And I'm really, we may have some street plants or pictures of potential trees, but to plant them on limestone where they're, you're going to have a hard time getting roots getting into the limestone because it's not naturally fragmented, it's been blasted. I thought that, if you had that strip of property that would be facing the great Rideau Canal, it would be a greater amenity, and therefore you would have, less pressure on trying to grow trees within the subdivision itself, because I very much doubt that you'll have successful plantings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I know that the applicant's project team has been working with their landscape architects in response to these exact specific concerns that you've raised, Councillor Chappelle, in terms of the ability to accommodate new tree plantings in this location, given the rock that's present on the site. So I will defer to the applicant's project team to provide a response to your question.
Thank you.
That would come from Ms. Jones.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I've turned my video on, but it doesn't look like it's up, so I apologize. I'm not meaning to stay hidden. I'm not quite sure what's happening. But through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Chappelle, for those questions. And maybe just before I speak to your question about tree plantings and their viability within the site currently, just maybe to provide some supplemental information related to Megan's response on the single loaded road. She generally, in my opinion, covered all the points quite well, but I think maybe one thing to add is that, us kind of as the project team working with the developer, we did look at the intent of that official plan policy and really felt that the proposal that we're putting forward puts greater emphasis on providing pedestrian connection and providing pedestrian facilities and connections and pathways focused on residents, not just within the subdivision, but within the surrounding area, rather than the intent of that single loaded road OP policy, which really looked at providing a collector road that cut through that existing forested area all along the canal. So that originally contemplated clearing portions of the woodland to the north within the Riverview subdivision and continuing that through this property. So we really feel it's our opinion that kind of the proposal that we're putting forth does a better job in kind of the current planning world that we're in to put the pedestrian first and making sure that the pedestrian is put above, the driver or the vehicles in this scenario. So just wanted to add that to the previous discussion. And then in terms of your question about root systems and tree viability, this subdivision, we recognize that it is a quarry. It's a unique site, and we're dealing with that former operation of it. But this subdivision will proceed in a similar means as any other subdivisions in the city in the East End. So required fill will be brought in as necessary to, raise elevations as required. So trees wouldn't be planted directly on any, exposed rock or anything that's on site currently. The necessary fill would be brought in to make sure that trees are supported. We would like to see this site as green as possible, recognizing its former use. And we have been, working, even though we're not quite at the detail stage yet, we've had ongoing conversations with our landscape architect, part of our team, to ensure that they don't have any concerns at this stage with any new tree plantings or their viability on the site, and at this time they do not have any concerns. They recognize that new fill will be brought in and soil depths will be provided as necessary to ensure that trees are planted and that they reach maturity. They don't just reach growth for a few years and they're removed. So that has been considered to date.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Councillor Chappelle.
Mr. Chair, will there be a secondary series of questions on this? Because maybe I'll rest at this point because I'm certain I have colleagues that have other questions. I have some that they may want to ask as well. So
Okay.
I'll yield at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, we will be coming back to you. So next would be Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Through you, some questions to staff and the applicant. So for the homes that are going to be on the double loaded side of Street B, backing onto the pathway, how are we going to prevent those homes from putting a gate into their fence so that they can just go through their backyard to get into the pathway?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor Osanek. The details of the fence that will be required along the rear of those lots will be finalized through the final plan of subdivision process. So that's certainly something we could ensure through that process. I would also suggest it's something that the applicants could potentially incorporate into the conditions of purchase and sale agreement for those lots when they are ultimately sold. I see that Ms. Jones has her hand raised, so I'll defer to her.
Ms. Jones.
Through you, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I finally figured out my camera, so it's all good for the rest of the meeting. Another means of ensuring that those owners along Street B will not put any gates into their fences is through the landowner's manual, so that'll be provided through, like Ms. Rodo said, agreement of purchase and sale. So that would flag any particular considerations for owners along certain streets or kind of certain areas of the subdivision, whether they would be, backing directly onto the quarry wall or adjacent to parkland. It would specify certain restrictions for their properties, whether that be installing gates or, having direct access to that park area. So it would make them aware of some of the restrictions that would be particular just to their lots.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Hang on a second, Councillor Son. I see Mr. Barr wants to comment as well. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. In addition to that, as part of the final plan of subdivision agreement, we can condition that the developer, prior to the transfer of the properties, also erect that fencing in order to make sure that that fencing is there solidly in the first place, so that when owners move in, that condition is already set for them.
Thank you. That was my my next question, actually, Mr. Barr. So we could get the applicant then to build the fence, and that would mean that the applicant also pays for the fence when then the homes are sold, even though the price of the fence would probably be built into the purchase price.
Thanks, and through you, Chair. That's correct, Councillor Osanek. We're going through similar conditions like this in the West End, where homes are backing onto environmentally protected areas. The fencing is required to be erected as part of the final plan of subdivision with the transference of lots.
Great, thank you. And since we are talking about plans of subdivision, I don't know where my question is about that. There's a lot in the report that says this will be worked out in the plan of subdivision, right? And the details will be, drafted in the plan of subdivision. So I know for site plan, like planning committee can bump up site plan to planning committee. What happens with the plan of subdivision again? Is that something that the planning committee at that time can bump up to planning committee, or is a draft of subdivision just, you know, done by staff? And how will the public then know, you know, what actually was worked out in the fine details of the draft plan of subdivision?
Mr. Park?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Osanek, a motion can be made at council to bump up the final approval of site draft plan of subdivision to council.
I see. So sorry, Mr. Park, it was just a little bit fuzzy, like just the audio. So draft plan of subdivision goes directly to city council. Is that what you said? And that's where we can ask questions?
Through a bump up motion.
Oh. Okay, I see. So I'm sorry, just to get the details down, because I'll forget this otherwise. So it's city council would do a motion at city council to bump up the subdivision to council.
Correct.
Council. Got it. All right, thank you. Now I'll go back to my regular questions. For the trees, I guess this would be more for the park or along the multi-use pathway and whatnot, and especially because they're going to be planted, so they're not like the site's kind of barren right now because it's a quarry. So when they're planted, can we look at in that draft plan of subdivision to have a tree, like to have a watering system? Can staff just make note of that if we could have a watering system maybe installed?
You want that noted, or do you want a comment on that? Just noted.
If staff can say yes as noted.
Ms. Robideau?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when the landscaping plan for the EPA and park blocks is submitted as part of the future plan of final plan of subdivision, that's certainly something that we could explore further as an option. Depending on the species that are proposed, we could take a closer look at you know, whether that's something that we anticipate would be required to provide for the viability of those plantings or not.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, since we're talking about the trees right now, just a question probably to Ms. Jones, if she knows what species might be able to be planted based on the fill that they're thinking of bringing in for the plantings.
Ms. Jones?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Osanek. A landscape plan hasn't been prepared at this point, but through conversations with the landscape architect, it's my understanding that species such as maples, oaks, and basswood would be incorporated. So the intent would be to provide you know, species that are native, they have a hardiness to them, and that they kind of have aesthetics that are similar to the wooded areas to the north and portions to the south, as well as to provide species that have a range of heights, so that, you know, they provide, you know, a good variety of coverage, also recognizing, you know, importance of trees within the EPA area, but also recognizing that they are important adjacent to the canal to provide screening for the houses within the subdivision.
Perfect. Thank you so much. A question about the EPA and the parquet. So I know it says throughout the report that the EPA will be protected. I just wondered, like, is there an area where people are going to be getting to the water, or can I take it at face value that the EPA is really going to be protected? You know, people start putting in trails, and if the city's going to put a trail to the water, then suddenly the EPA is not protected anymore, and it's just all trampled over, and it's not good. So where it says all throughout the report that like vegetated buffer is going to be maintained along the shoreline, you know, it says that all throughout the report. Is that really true?
Through you,
Ms. Robideau? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So on the subject property, sort of towards the north end of the property, there is sort of an existing point of access to the water. within the EPA area. Ultimately, as is always the case for our parkland blocks, the design of the park in coordination with the adjacent EPA will ultimately be subject to an entirely separate future public consultation process in order to determine the precise location of where the trail will be and any additional opportunities for programming within that park block. So I think ultimately the details of that would be coordinated by city engineering staff when they're working on the design of that park block. But as I did mention, we've uniquely included site-specific floodplain zoning over that EPA block, which does restrict the permitted uses within that block, as well as the park block, really as much as possible beyond that which is provided by those base zones in the zoning bylaw. So we have been mindful through the advice of the CRCA to be quite protective of the potential for future use of those blocks. We do have Mr. Dakin from the CRCA on the call this evening, so I will defer to him if he would like to provide any further supplemental response to that comment.
Mr. Dakin?
Yes, sure thing. Can folks hear me all right?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. First, I'll say that is an excellent question from Councillor Osanek. We can lay out the best plans possible to ensure that on paper these lands are protected, but of course there's always pressure for disturbance through kind of the intensity of use from landowners who are well-intentioned, still intruding into those areas. So that's why we've worked closely to ensure that the conditions require this detailed site plan that Megan mentioned in the landscape plan as well. We know that some of that area, although it is a former, essentially the docking area for the quarry, has sensitivity for turtle basking, that sort of thing. We know that if we can limit it to a very carefully designed public pathway, stone dust, not paved, that sort of thing that's conducive to working with the sensitive species in that area, that it can be successful. So that's where we really got to tie it down with good design, with zoning restrictions like Megan mentioned. But the intent certainly is to leave that as EPA with very low passive recreation to limit opportunity for people to get in there and start to disturb the area. So.
Okay. Thank you. Just my follow-up question to that is, so since we've got those restrictions on there, it wouldn't be able to be like a boat launch for where trucks are going to back in their boat off the trailer. Is that right?
I can speak to that as well. Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, again. And that came up, I believe, in previous meetings. And I know there is pressure for public access, but it's not the appropriate site for vehicular or motorized boats. So maybe again a low impact kayak canoe launch, again very carefully designed, but certainly not, at least from the Conservation Authority's perspective, appropriate for
excellent. Thank you. I was at that meeting for the like Riverside subdivision, I guess. So that's why I was concerned about what could be for this one. Thank you. I have more questions too, Councillor Hill, but I don't know if that's my 5-minute time.
Well, you're not quite there, but why don't we go on to someone else and we'll come back? Is that fair? Okay. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on some of those questions because I've got experience with planting trees in quarry conditions, with limestone quarry conditions. And I was speaking to the applicant actually about this. And so I'm very concerned about the amount of fill that's expected to be brought in there. I think it talks about somewhere, I think the small print talked about 3 cubic meters. Can staff straighten me out on how much is generally expected? I know it's part of site plan, but often we find if we don't straighten these things out at this stage, we're not getting it straightened out. So,
Mr. Nielsen, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so Kyle Nielsen, Forford Engineering. I'm the engineer record on this site. So if you visited site, the rock placed on site, that's approximately the underside of the footing elevation. So in the front, rear yards and boulevards, we're going to be looking at 2.5 to 3 meters of earth fill. So to be honest, the trees in this subdivision are going to get a lot more earth contact and depth to work with than the majority of subdivisions in the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm a bit concerned about the apprehension that there will be oak trees and maple trees. In my experience, that can't happen. There just isn't enough soil and depth.
And just to respond to that, so both the CRCA and City of Kingston have native tree selections. So this site won't really be limited to other than the trees on those lists. And then the tree plantings that are going to be going in the EPA, and there's also tree plantings going in the rear yards along those 19 lots that face the river. They're not going to be restricted to species other than the species on those lists. And both the Rideau Waterway, CRCA, Parks Canada, and City of Kingston are going to have to give us clearance on what's eventually planted there.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen.
Yes.
Could I just intervene for 1 second, just to try to keep our conversation as much as we can on land use? I know there's more topics coming up, and I understand what Councillor Hutchison said around, if we don't talk about it now, we might not get a chance later, but we do need to kind of keep our focus a little bit. So go ahead, Councillor Hutchison.
Well, Megan wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Megan.
That's okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add as well, reiterating Mr. Nielsen's point that the type of vegetation currently present on the site, species like sumac, willow, and coniferous species are well suited for more shallow soils. And so what will be important through the city's future review and the CRCA's future review of the landscape plan will be to ensure that appropriate species have been included for that revegetated area, and in particular that those species will allow for riparian protection and visual buffering, as well as that they'll be viable within the soil environment on the site.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison.
Okay, I'm just warning you that probably won't work. That part you said just now, that will work, but not the other. The list needs to be has it been curated by a city arborist? That's my question. The list the city has for these conditions, as normal subdivision conditions, are probably not going to work. Simply because things are too shallow and roots can only go down so far. Larger species can't sustain it. I'm speaking from experience.
Mr. Barr?
Work, right?
Mr. Barr.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, to you, Councillor Hutchison, I believe Mr. Nielsen pointed out that there is a significant amount of fill being brought into the site to create the grades necessary for the subdivision to function. Mr. Nielsen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he mentioned that trees planted here may actually have more soil and ground contact than other parts of the city where the bedrock is more shallow. Here, we're actually going to have a greater depth due to the elevation changes, and that hard bedrock, we're so used to in the city, will actually be further down in a lot of points, providing that opportunity for larger street tree plantings. But as pointed out, that work and that detailed work will be completed through final plan of subdivision. Mr. Nielsen, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, that's correct, Mr. Barres. This site's going to have much more flexibility than the majority of Kingston. The majority of subdivisions that we design in this city of Kingston, we're looking at 1 foot to 4 feet of soil in best cases, and we're planting a variety of native trees. And to Mr. Ovido's point is the restoration as well. There's a whole variety of shrubs. That's not just going to be trees within the EPA and park area. There's going to be a whole variety of selection, and our landscape architect, with input from city staff, CRCA, and the Rideau Waterway, we will vet those lists to make sure those tree plantings are successful.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, just on this related, I think the watering requirement should be in the condo agreement. You agree to water the tree on your property. Okay? Because otherwise it gets dry under those conditions. The trees won't last. Also, when I met with the applicant, this has to do with the back fence along the single loaded road. The applicant was quite firm on 2 or 3 occasions that they would be fencing that backyard. So it's up to staff to say it. I'm just curious as to, I know this caused trouble in the West End when people put gates in. So I think we should try to mitigate that before it happens, because I have a feeling it's going to happen anyway. What is the major problem with people putting gates in, as long as they don't think they own what's outside the gate? I mean,
who would like to answer that?
I just can't remember. I know we've had problems because we've had to adjudicate them. Sometimes,
Mr. Barr, you want to take a shot at that one?
I can take a shot at that one. I took off my glasses as well because these headphones seem to press into them and hurt my head. So maybe I'll have a lot of clarity as I'm answering this question. And maybe Councillor Osana can actually jump in here too, but I believe that a lot of the concern that we hear when there are gates that back onto environmental areas is there tends to be a tendency to encroach and to further move into that area. And what that does is people will either create their own cattle paths to be able to walk through that area, which might be environmentally protected, or it might be park space with specific intent. Otherwise, if people are putting in those gates and they tend to go back there, they might tend to expand their yard and their uses and how they use that space as well. So with these homes backing onto city park space, through our future public consultation with parks development, we'll be actively looking to program those spaces. So it might not be within the city's interest to have additional gates coming out into those areas where the space is intended to function publicly rather than as an extension of private space. And just for everyone's benefit as well, we do have the
You're breaking up a little bit, Mr. Barr.
The fencing condition is in the report. David, apologies, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So Exhibit D, page 195, on the top of the page, the final plan subdivision conditions related to the heritage impact statement. And one of the recommendations within that was the integration of rear yard fences along the lots facing the canal. And those fences were not to be wooden fences or privacy fences, but fencing that allows views through permeability maintains. But with that work, we'd want to also maintain that there are no gates that back onto that area. So the introduction of gates onto public land would be in contravention of the subdivision agreement and the plans that would go along with that. So the city would have grounds to enforce should any be put in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Councillor Hutchison.
okay, that answers what I remember, but I wasn't quite sure I did remember correctly from cases in the West End. You know what? I think other people have questions, and I can come back.
Okay, thank you. Our district councilor has been waiting patiently, so why don't we give Councillor Bohm a chance? Councillor Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I guess this would be just a question in general to city staff. I have quite a few, but I may just save them for comments in the end, because I don't think all the answers exist tonight. So I guess for my first one would be, when was the last time the city actually worked on or developed a previously active quarry into a subdivision?
Ms. Robideau?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe there are at least one other similar example within the city of a rehabilitated quarry site, though it is quite different from this one. What we have done through this work, as well as the applicant's project team, is look across the province to other precedents of quarry rehabilitation, in particular for residential developments such as this. And we have found a few examples of those. There were a few images within my presentation that I shared of a development called Quarry Glen, which was a Minto residential development in Orleans, which has a similar form in terms of the inclusion of a safety zone at the bottom of the rock wall and the use of a common elements condominium to address some of those features within the subdivision. So we have done a little bit of work in terms of looking to other similar examples of how other municipalities are addressing proposals to sort of creatively repurpose sites like this. I will defer to Mr. Barr or Mr. Park if they have greater familiarity with myself with previous similar proposals within the city.
Mr. Barr?
Thanks, and through you, Chair. Megan has rightly pointed out, I believe we have one other subdivision in the city that is developed within an old quarry. It's the one off Bay Ridge Drive, south of the shopping plaza there. It's a condo corporation. Well, it's a corporation that kind of owns and maintains that. There's the condoized building near the end, and then the homes that back onto it. So that's the example for the city that we have where we've previously done this. Nothing to this scale, though. The other repurposed quarry we have, I believe, is Golf Drive, also off Bay Ridge, south of Princess, but that's not a subdivision at this time. So those are the two examples we have in the city.
Okay, thank you for that. So nothing quite to this scale. My next question would be, what would occur if the condo corporation that was set up to maintain the rock wall basically defaulted and or went bankrupt or failed to maintain the wall for whatever reason? What would occur then?
Ms. Robideau?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the Condominium Act prescribes a condominiums corporation financial and budgetary requirements, which would include the maintenance of a reserve fund to be supported by a reserve fund study. And so if a condominium corporation failed to maintain sufficient budget to address future maintenance or repair of the rock wall, it would be required to increase the amount of the common fees payable by a homeowners group to recover that cost. The city would not be liable. And in fact, in this instance, in consultation with our legal staff, we have essentially doubled down in that we've protected the city by including a specific indemnity provision within the draft plan conditions in Exhibit D to resolve the city of any responsibility associated with that wall. So as is the case with any condominium corporation, they would be responsible for that asset.
Councillor Bohm?
Okay, so you said that the city would be indemnified completely. So essentially there'd be no risk to, I guess, all the other taxpayers, but the risk could potentially be to the homeowners that actually live there. Is that correct?
That is correct, in that there would be no risk to the city. We have had several discussions with the proponent in terms of clauses and warning clauses to be included in the future agreements of purchase and sale, which are included as per our standard practice within subdivision agreements themselves. The city does have the ability to review those types of provisions that will be included to ensure they're sufficient in warning for future purchasers of lots of various considerations that they should be aware of. I'll defer to the applicant's project team if they wish to speak to that further in terms of the types of clauses that will be included and directed to future purchasers.
Ms. Watson?
Yes, I'm just starting my video. Hi, thank you very much. I won't go into a ton of detail on the Condo Act, but the good thing about it is it does provide very specific protections, and it's actually very good for the owners. So in this case, every single lot in the subdivision would be tied to that wall. So there would be fees associated to every single house. So because of that, you're spreading the cost of maintenance over a lot of people. And it also means that if anybody were to not pay their fees, there's actually lien goes against their house. So there's guarantees that the fees will always be collected, and that there's protection that you don't need to worry about over time. There's not going to be enough money to maintain. So it's actually a legal, you actually own part of that in the form of the condominium. A good thing here is there is so much structure under the Condominium Act, and the city will be very actively involved in deciding what is going to go into that condo agreement. So it has to be set up as the condo association. There has to be bylaws, sets of rules, budgets. It's very, very structured. So it's actually, I mean, you can think of in normal subdivisions, you don't really know who your neighbor is or how you're going to get along with them. But in this case, you actually have a very structured legal way of dealing with people and dealing with those common elements.
Thank you. Councillor Bohm?
Yes, thank you. So I guess in a sense, I have heard horror stories of previous condo corporations where funds were mismanaged and they were not spent on the upkeep of buildings. And I mean, obviously in this case, it's a rock wall. But in those horror stories, basically to maintain financial viability and actually do the upkeep properly, all of a sudden the condo corporation just came out and started levying, like, you know, we need $3,000 from everybody because we have to do this maintenance that wasn't done. Funds were mismanaged, disappeared. And then all of a sudden people who had thought, well, I can afford that, whatever it is, $115 a month. The condo corporation just came back and was said, guess what? We need $3,000 now because we have to do X, Y, Z. So where are the protections for the homeowners in that standard, I guess, because we can word it as much as possible, but if the whole fund is mismanaged, or let's say something appears in that fund and we don't know, or something happens with the rock wall that was unexpected, right? So heaven forbid, but an earthquake or something like that. And then all of a sudden you go, well, we've got $500,000 in that fund, but we've got $3 million worth of work to maintain that wall. So I think it's the fear of the unknown here, but in this case, that's where insurance would typically kick in. And that's a whole other can of worms that I guess we'll open up in a little bit. But if you could provide some comments on that, please.
Ms. Watson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I might actually get Kyle also to comment just on what we think the anticipated costs are, but I can tell you that sort of what the process would be next in terms of the wall is that Taggart has to continue to do work on that wall to stabilize it and make sure that, and this is where Kyle maybe can talk a bit more of what's actually happening to the wall. But once that work is done, a engineer has to come along and inspect it and certify it and provide a letter essentially saying this is what work needs to happen on an ongoing basis and what that could cost. A condo association, it again is very typical that they would have insurance. They're going to have those, they're going to have that letter. They're going to understand if they need to do, whether it's annual or every 5-year inspections. So it will, again, it'll be very structured of what the requirements are. If you think of a condo in a building, like a brand new built like high rise, the cost that can be associated with that can be enormous over time. We anticipate this to be much less significant than all the things that could be in a building. But Kyle, do you want to jump in for a little more technical?
Yeah, so I'll kind of just jump in there. So the one nice thing about the rock wall on this project is the existing rock walls have been exposed to the elements for decades, and they're relatively stable. What we're doing on site is we're line drilling that wall, which was never done before, and we're actually grinding it as well. So we're gonna, the specialists we've have hired on slope stability, we're gonna have a much stronger, more stable wall than was ever there before. And once the initial line drilling and grinding and wall work's done based on the engineer's design for the slope stability analysis, before we can actually move that wall into the condominium agreement, that engineer has got to provide a stamped as-built drawing with the report signing off on that wall for number one, City of Kingston's review and acceptance. And then I think the other part to add to that is before it moves into the condominium itself, the condominium actually will hire a third-party engineer to review the design, the work on the wall, and actually provide a budget for future maintenance of that wall. Right now, just initial budgets from our consultants, they're looking at about $10 a month per person in the development. So it's not a substantial amount of money, and it's because it's a very existing stable wall. The work we're doing is going to make it much more stable. And to add to that is the Condo Corp will have to carry appropriate insurance.
Councillor Ball.
Okay, thank you for that. So it sounds like some of this has been pretty well thought out. I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's really going to come down to an engineer looking at that and approving it and then passing that on for the city's inspection. So who would be that engineer and who would they be hired by, and what kind of, I guess, liability would fall on that person if they're putting their stamp on it? I mean, if something fails down the road, is that person long gone, or is that something they're going to be held accountable for? Or is it going to be the homeowners that are left with the bill, even though somebody stamped it all those years? I guess to frame this question, there's been lots of poor planning decisions and stamps on things over the years. And it's not that, it's not the people that do it or design it or build it that typically deal with it. It's the homeowners 20 years later or the city 20 years later that ends up having to deal with it. So that's why it's what falls on the engineer that actually okays this all these years later if something goes wrong. Seems like a pretty big thing to put your stamp on.
Yeah, so Patterson Consultants are specialists on this project. They will be providing the final sign off from the developer's point of view. So they are fully liable, carry professional liability insurance for their design. A third-party engineer will have to accept it for the condo corporation, and then I guess it's up to the city whether their engineering team or if they're going to get a peer review done to accept it on behalf of the city, even though they're not really accepting anything or any liability. And then I guess if something's wrong with this design, typically everybody involved, professional wise and developer wise, would get brought into the litigation.
So with that, just to quickly follow up on that. So with that being said, it would end up being a litigated matter down the road. It wouldn't be something where if it was designed poorly and failed or something, it wouldn't be something where essentially that liability would be on whoever stamped it. It would become a litigated matter. Did I understand that correctly?
No, the onus is on the designer and the constructor.
Okay, so if they stamp it and they say it's okay, you did mention that they carry insurance. So if something was to go wrong down the road, would it fall on them or would it fall on the condominium corporation to make it right?
It really depends on what the nature of the failure is.
Okay, so okay, I understand. So that's kind of up for debate. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think what we'll do is, and I'm just looking for some nods, we'll go to public comments and questions, and then come back, put it on the floor, and then we'll be able to ask any questions and then offer a comment as well. Does that work for everybody? Just looking for anybody opposed to that. All right. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please notify the public that this is the point at which they can comment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and through you, for those who are still left with us this evening, and I do see that we do have 5 members of the public with us at this time. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you wish to speak to the current application on the floor, and that will create our speakers list for this portion. Mr. Chair, we will start with Annette Burfoot.
Ms. Burfoot, your address, and then you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I live at 74 Regent Street in Kingston. I'm one of the founding members of the board of Building Kingston's Future, which is a nonprofit committed to principles including sustainability and natural heritage, and we'll be speaking to that today. I'm speaking to this through a legal letter that we sought from David Donnelly, who is an environmental lawyer of Donnelly Law. I was advised by the clerk that it was not good to show an image or not easy for everyone participating to do it that way. So I'm going to read from excerpts from the letter. In brief, Building Kingston's Future recommends against approving this development as it will negatively impact the river and environment, allows development within 120 meters of a provincially significant wetland, and prohibited interference with the 30-meter ribbon of life. The official plan's provisions for views from the river and from the development may be violated. This development exposes the city to unnecessary liability, and from what I just heard, costly liability to us taxpayers, as the city has to go through all these legal shenanigans to make sure they are not liable, regarding a potentially unstable rock wall looming over the development. It is also inconsistent with the climate emergency declared by Council on March 5th, 2019, and fails to consider or consult local First Nations who have a significant interest in the river. These are the details. Concern 1, building within the 120-meter buffer and 30-meter ribbon of life. Our clients are concerned with the plan to build houses within 120 meters of the river, which is part of the Great Cataraqui Marsh Provincially Significant Wetland, the PSW. Construction, urbanization, and increased human activities cannot avoid negative impact. The 2020 provincial policy statement issued under the Planning Act requires that municipalities consider protecting natural heritage features when assessing development proposals. The site is located within 120 meters of the significant Cataraqui River Marsh area of natural and scientific interest, ANSI. According to sections 2.1.8 of the PPS, development and site alteration shall not be permitted on adjacent lands to the natural heritage features and areas identified in 2.1.4, 2.1.5, and 2.1.6, unless it has been demonstrated that there will be no negative impact. Remember those words. As per the recent decision in Moreau versus Georgian Bay, if the studies do not fulfill the test of no negative impact, the development cannot proceed. Under the Conservation Authorities Act, Section 28, development, interference with wetlands, and alterations to shorelines and watercourses, the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority has the responsibility to regulate the development and site alterations near water bodies and wetlands to protect residents from flooding, erosion, and other natural hazards. Section 5.2 of the Cataraqui Conservation Environmental Planning Policy pertains to wetlands. The adjacent lands within 120 meters of a PSW are to be protected. By contrast, the environmental impact assessment conducted by Ecological Services found that, quote, since both wetland vegetation growth types associated with the quarry have a lower growth pattern value and are dominated by species that have a high tolerance to impacts, then the potential for a reduction in the existing growth pattern is low. The ability of the SUW1 habitat to maintain its current growth form will be enhanced by intervening vegetated buffers ranging from 57 to 97. Cattail stands are very resistant to impacts, and since there are no plans for in-water work, it is our opinion that the cattail stand will not be at risk from the development. This opinion is further enhanced by the vegetative buffer inherent in the ribbon of life that will separate the development from the cattails. Tom Williamson of Rideau Aquatic Weed Control found that the plants could rapidly recolonize after a disturbance, which led Ecological Services to determine that the plants' robust nature and ability to withstand impacts meant that a reduction of the current biodiversity from the development is highly unlikely, especially considering the proposed intervening buffers previously discussed. Highly unlikely and low potential do not mean no negative impact. As well, if the Ontario Land Tribunal finds that there could even be a minimal impact on critical species habitat, I'm thinking of cyclists running over turtles trying to nest in the gravel roadway we've just heard about. The terms of the PPS have not been.
30 seconds.
I'm going to go right to my cut to the chase here. The liability for an exposed quarry wall. The development is proposed in an area formerly occupied by a quarry operation. The threat of this shear wall poses that it poses to residents and potential the city was actually captured in a staff report. I'm not going to quote it. With respect, Ontario has a long history dealing with condominium corporations and liability that is a mixed bag of results at best and troubling at worst.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dr. Burfoot. I appreciate that. And our next speaker.
So Vice Chair, next to speak is Karen O'Hanley.
Ms. O'Hanley, if you could give us your address, and then you've got 5 minutes.
My name's Karen O'Hanley, and I live at 391 Quarry Pond Court in the Greenwood Park development. I did submit a written contribution for all the councillors to review. Hopefully you've had a bit of time to look at a couple of pages. I think Councillor Osanek has brought up a couple of the points that I did mention. One of the things that hasn't been talked about is that Patterson Group's memo of remediation measures dated the 28th of June 2022 states that risk management measures are required for the parkland abutting the river. As part of that remediation requirement for an environmental site assessment close to the Cataraqui River, the timeline to obtain an accepted Tier 3 RA from the Ministry of Environment is approximately 3 years plus. Once that is accepted, a certificate of property use will have to be filed on the title for the parkland area, which will require a further 2 to 3 months. However, at this point in time, with the adjustments to the plan for the MUP, how is this going to impact the MUP, where it's going to be located, how it's going to be run, and its timeline? Is that going to be part of that 3-year delay, which of course directly impacts the active transportation the developer touts as a big thing of this? However, that being said, the submissions by Taggart clearly identified challenges to active transportation due to the grading of the roadways and the pathways and the MUPs within and beyond the proposed subdivision, north and south. So you're taking a very below grade development, 19 meters below the roadway, which is Highway 15 and all other surrounding services, and requiring people to get up that. How are they going to do that? Are they going to be actively pursuing bicycling, walking to get to the bus, to get to the services based on these grades? In that 3-year time, they could be quite well established in their vehicle methods. So they will not have achieved their goal there. Flood risk. The city's entertaining another application for residential construction that would put homes at risk of flooding and needlessly jack up home insurance premiums for all homeowners. You know, this is a below grade subdivision being built close to a major river. How close is it to the natural water table? With the grade, with climate change, how are you going to protect these homeowners from the flood risk? Whether it's overland water coming up from the water table, overflows from the storm management pond, failures from the sanitary pump system, which is required to take away all the effluents from the homes, either up to the pond or up to municipal services. Insurers can be quite happy to provide insurance, but at what cost? And why are you setting up the homeowners to even entertain this risk? There's no demonstration of what the grading is going to involve for all the houses if it goes ahead that you build double load street B so that you have houses backing onto the river. They say they're doing away with the retaining wall and they're going to gradually grade the backyards. How is that grading going to affect those houses? There's been nothing shown there. Because these houses are being built within 120 meters of the river on that street B, those houses are automatically going to require CRCA permission and permits plus municipal permits for any improvements or alterations to the property by future homeowners going forward in perpetuity. This would be really, really miserable for anybody wanting to buy and live there. Who has
30
priority?
seconds.
Who has priority? And my big crux is, if you know that there is a major risk associated with the rock wall, and by doing so, you've taken yourself out of the picture by indemnifying yourself, Taggart also plans to run away. You are downloading it to the homeowners, yet you're recommending that this be approved. You're abandoning the homeowners in this sense, and I think it's grossly unfair.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hanley. I appreciate your comments. And we'll go to, I just want to give a last warning. If anybody wishes to speak, they must raise their hand now. And I'll go back to the clerk and get our next speaker.
Mr. Vice Chair, next to speak is Joel Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, you give us your address and you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, through you, my name is Joel Thompson. I reside at 882 Clearfield Crescent in Kingston, Ontario. I am a local realtor who has a significant experience dealing with different condo corporations, both on the board level and on the sale level of things. I think it's grossly unfair to say the Taggarts are looking to develop this and run away. They are one of the largest builders in town and have one of the largest networks and of homes in the city. I think they don't do a project where they want to do one thing and run away. They're not a Toronto developer who's coming in here to build 10 houses, and they're a staple in our community who give back to so many different organizations and are really doing great things to help our affordable housing crisis. Yes, townhomes are expensive. We've never seen prices like these before, but they are now our most affordable homes for buyers and first-time home buyers. This project very much excites me, and I know there is a lot of concerns about condo corporations, and it was brought up of one specific condo corp manager was notorious for the mismanagement of funds. That individual in that business no longer holds their registered condo management certificate. We have some very reputable companies in town who can look after reserve funds, and they do this full time and are in very, very good hands. I would recommend that if the city has not already done so, speak to the condo corporation management company who is is in charge of the River Park community by the Third Crossing on Montreal Street. It's a very similar style organization. Yes, it doesn't have a giant rock wall, but it's the same style of living with freehold homes with a condo corp element for monthly fees. They have been successfully running that condo with reserve fund for many, many years now. And I don't think there's been any hiccups along the way. It's a very, very well-run board, and I've got lots of clients, friends, and family in that subdivision with zero complaints. One of the concerns was if a special assessment is raised and constituents are told that they need to pay $3,000 tomorrow, that's not how a condo corp works. If you take the red roof at Past Arms, for example, there are condo owners still paying that off over the better part of 5 to 10 years. There's payment plans available, and that's one of the things that somebody knows that they're going to be moving into this subdivision. It's something that they could face. People who choose to live at 67 Sydenham Street understand that they are paying $2,000 a month in condo fees plus special assessments. It's part of living in a condo that people are excited about. My only one concern, and I haven't seen this brought up at all, is if a drunk driver is driving on Highway 15, what is to stop them from going over the side of the quarry into one of these townhouses? I don't think I've seen anything that's obstructing cars. And that makes me nervous as having a client who lives down there who all of a sudden gets a car in their roof one night. So I really hope that that is being considered in this plan. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And our next speaker is
Vice Chair, next to speak is Chris Hargreaves.
Mr. Hargreaves. If you give us your address, and then you've got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And would Ms. Fawcett please put up the slides? Thank you. My name is Chris Hargreaves, 4060 Bath Road, Chair of the Kingston Field Naturalist Conservation Committee. I am increasingly concerned about the attitude to the environmental protection area in this project. This is something which I have actually been raising with Planning Committee for 16 years now. And Councillor Hill, would you please be tolerant and pause your stopwatch? Because while I have been speaking for 16 years, so have Councillor Osanek and Councillor Hutchison been on council for 16 years now. And as we're approaching the election time, I would like to recognise both their contribution for many years. I'd also like to thank everybody on the Planning Committee and the Council. I may not agree with your decisions, but I respect the amount of work you've put into Council and the time you spend making Kingston better. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. And I did stop the watch. So you're back on it now, though.
Okay, if Ms. Fawcett would move to the next slide. This is what gets me concerned initially. The green is the environmental protection area. The red is, or the purple is, and the hatched area is for rezoning. I wonder what happens when somebody brings a plan like this into the planning department. How often are you told to go away and do better? The official plan begins section 310 saying environmental protection areas must be maintained in their natural undisturbed state. How often are developers told go away, try better? Or does it move on to the next stage? If you could give me the next slide, please. The EPAs are then regularly denigrated as being full of invasive species. Well, that is what most natural areas are around. If you're going to take out the invasive species, you no longer have a natural area. That's the reality of Kingston now. Also, some of those invasive species are now very large buckthorn trees, which are producing all the good things that trees do, and why Kingston wants more of them. Next slide, please. This slide now refers to a 30-meter naturalized EPA block. That seems to be an oxymoron. It's either an environmental protection area protected in its natural state, or it's naturalized. How can you have a naturalized EPA? And yet, there it is in the report. Next slide, please. On the previous slide also referred to a shoreline cattail zone. And that used to be shown on the old maps of the development, like on the right. If you move on to the next slide, that cattail zone was missing on all the maps that the planner included with her presentation. And on this diagram, which is part of the report, it's also missing. So that comes to my question. Who in the planning department is caring about this? How come you write reports saying there will be a cattail zone and then are happy to put in pictures where it's missing? Either you're protecting the area or you don't care. And I'm getting increasingly concerned about the lack of concern. I would also like to point out that at the end of her presentation, the planner stated that the project was consistent with the provincial policy statement. I am looking forward to hearing how that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, given all the comments Ms. Burfoot read out about the provincial policy statement prohibiting development within 120 meters of a shoreline. That was never addressed in the public report that you were given. And that comes back to my question. How much care is the planning department showing for the environmental protection areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. And so we will turn to the planners and the proponent to comment on the public questions. And then I think we'll take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back and put the question on the floor. So Ms. Robideau.
Great, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I will begin to work through the various comments and questions that we've received and defer to other members of our team and the applicant's project team as necessary. So to begin with Ms. Burfoot's comments regarding the distance of the proposed development from the adjacent provincially significant wetland and the area of natural and scientific interest. The provincial policy statement and the official plan indicate that development and site alteration are not permitted on adjacent lands to natural heritage features such as PSWs or NECs, unless it has been demonstrated that there are no negative impacts to these natural heritage features and their ecological functions. So in this instance, an environmental impact study has been submitted, which demonstrates that there will be no negative impacts to these features. And as a result, the proposal does in fact conform to this policy of the official plan and is consistent with the provincial policy statement. I'd like to clarify the characterization that 120 meters is a buffer. It's in fact more so an area of influence in which we look at when we're assessing proposals for development such as this to ensure that there's no negative impacts that are anticipated. And the primary way in which we do that is through working with ecologists in the CRCA to review the potential for negative impacts. I will defer to Mr. Dakin from the CRCA to provide a supplemental response to that, but perhaps first I'll continue to provide my own commentary on the comments that have been provided. In regards to the potential for the city to have liability in regards to this proposal, I think we've discussed that point already this evening in terms of the clauses that will be included, have been included within the draft plan conditions and will be included within the future final plan of subdivision to ensure that there is no future risk to the city. In terms of the characterization that the proposed development is inconsistent with the city's calls to action for the climate emergency, in my opinion, the proposed development is actually quite consistent with the city's climate goals in that it's providing for the repurposing of a vacant former quarry site that's located within the urban boundary, adjacent to existing servicing infrastructure and existing public amenities. So in that way, it's actually providing for reducing the need for us to have to expand our urban boundary, which of course would not be consistent with the climate positive policy. And it's making the best use possible of existing infrastructure that's in place within the urban boundary. In terms of the questions around Indigenous consultation, so for development of privately held lands such as these, there is no requirement to engage directly with Indigenous nations in a nation-to-nation consultation process. However, prior to the design and construction of the future public park, a separate city-led consultation process will be undertaken. And I do understand that for a public park space that's proximate to the river, such as this one, it would be within the city's typical process to reach out to local Indigenous nations and to provide the opportunity to engage with these nations directly. In regards to Ms. Patterson's comments regarding the future remediation requirements for the park and EPA block. She's correctly noted that, as is always true, prior to these lands being conveyed to the city, we will have to receive an RSC to demonstrate that the minimum standards have been met for their proposed use as a park space. In this instance, the applicant is proposing to undertake a risk assessment as the path to the RSC in this instance. And so they have identified the time that will be required to undertake that process. But I think it's important to note that that's not necessarily a clock that will start once the first house is built in the subdivision. Those works will be undertaken over the next several years while the development approvals process continues for this subdivision. And so I don't think it would be fair to say that the residents of the subdivision will be out without a park space for a lengthy amount of time as a result of those remediation requirements for the park. The design of the park space and the construction within the park space will be completed following the transfer of those lands to the city. In terms of comments from Ms. O'Hanley in regards to the potential of flooding within the subdivision, as well as the CRCA's permitting process for lands that would be proximate to the river, I will defer to Mr. Dakin at the CRCA as well. So perhaps I will pass it off to him for a moment, and then I can come back and respond to the rest of the questions and comments.
Mr. Dakin?
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair, a lot of very interesting and very astute comments made by members of the public. Glad that these environmental policies and aspects are under the microscope. I'll share by saying that we've been involved, the Conservation Authority has been involved in the review of the subdivision, or at least the concept of development from early on, pre-submission of the application. So we've been involved quite extensively. It's our job to act as a peer review agency, essentially for the city, in reviewing development applications involving natural heritage, natural hazards, water quality, water quantity. That's our core mandate. It's not our job to justify development. That's not what our role is. However, it is important to consider what the natural heritage, natural hazard features are on this site, and what are the appropriate protections for those features. So we look at the EPA to start. The EPA designation is tied to the provincially significant wetland. The provincially significant wetland at this property, or adjacent to the property, is both the submerged aquatic vegetation within the within the Cataraqui River, and then secondly, the cattail marsh along the river's edge. Neither of those are included in the development proposal. They will be protected, and we're confident that the setbacks proposed in the mitigation measures and protection features will maintain the integrity of those features that provide the overall rationale for the EPA designation. The EPA designation also includes a 30-meter riparian setback from the water's edge, and again, that 30 meters is incorporated into the design. The PSW, which I've spoken to already, is, as I said, the cattail marsh, but also the submerged aquatic vegetation. So the best, most appropriate protection measures are adequate setbacks, which I've discussed, vegetated buffers. So the proposal does include retaining the natural vegetation within the EPA block, and then additional buffer by the park block and residential rear yard setbacks, and then through proper stormwater management. And that is key. And a substantial stormwater block is proposed to provide both quantity and quality control. So any runoff from this site post-development will achieve what we call enhanced water quality protection. And obviously subject to detailed review, but it is appropriately sized and feasible. So we have confidence there. In speaking to the area of natural and scientific interest, the ANSI, I believe it was Ms. Burfoot that raised that, and that's again an astute observation. However, the ANSI for the Cataraqui River was intended to represent the mature woodland growth along the eastern slope or valley of the Cataraqui River. So that's the reason why there are enhanced setbacks both to the north and south for adjacent subdivisions. This site is obviously different. It's a highly modified site. It's a cleared quarry, highly disturbed. It doesn't have that mature wooded high natural slope. So from that respect, the ANSI, simply put, it is not applicable in this location. I believe that's it as it relates to the EPA and natural heritage features. Just briefly on flooding. The regulatory flood elevation, which includes a factor for potential additional contingency or factor of safety for the Cataraqui River, is at a geodetic elevation of 76.3 meters as I said, GSC. Essentially, think of it the same way as above sea level, so 76.3. Right now, the existing grades where the residences will be sit at between 78 and 80 meters geodetic. So again, 2-3 meters above the extreme 1 to 100 year event to begin with, and then as others have said, post construction, the grading will put those houses, including their basements, up even higher from that. So we're confident that flooding will not be a concern from the river. And then as it relates to flooding from adjacent development from the hardened surfaces, again, that's where adequate stormwater protection comes into place. And as I've said, the stormwater design as proposed is appropriate. Finally, to wrap up on the CRCA permit process, the Conservation Authority does have regulatory authority for all work, both by the developer for construction and for any individual landowners within 120 meters of the water at this site. It's the heavy lifting is done obviously at the subdivision phase, and ensuring that a plan is before us that we could support, not only from a general good planning perspective, but more importantly from a permitting perspective. Is this a development that ultimately we can permit when landowners come down the road to build and put structures on the property, that sort of thing. So the point there is that as long as the plan is sound and we're getting to a point where that will be demonstrated, then the permitting process is essentially administrative. So it is not onerous for the individual landowners, and is just the regular role of the Conservation Authority to implement that regulation. Hopefully that addressed some of the concerns and questions, and I'm happy to speak to any others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. Back to you, Ms. Mr. Park, I see your hand is up. Mr. Park?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, I'd like to take exception with some comments made by Mr. Hargrave there about planning services staff. When are they going to start caring about planning applications? Planning services and its partnering agencies take a great deal of time and analysis when reviewing this development application, and all development applications for that matter. We base it on our professional training and our experience, and we take our jobs responsible when upholding the policies of the official plan. In response to Mr. Hargrave's comment about where are the cattails in the rendering, well, that's exactly what it is. It's a rendering. The cattail zone exists. It's there. It's just not shown in the rendering. So I just want to be clear that planning services and its partnering departments take their jobs seriously and bring forward recommendations to Planning Committee that we stand behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Ms. Robideau, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I did. Just a few further comments I'd like to address through you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Mr. Thompson's questions about safety for vehicles along Highway 15, as is indicated in the draft plan conditions in Exhibit D of the staff report, the owner is required to have a professional engineer complete a roadside safety review for the approval of city engineering staff. And if it is determined that a guide rail is required along the northwest side of Highway 15, the owner has agreed to design and install a steel beam guardrail along the northwest side of Highway 15. And the design and placement of that guardrail will be subject to review and sign off by the city. And finally, in regards to Mr. Hargrave's comments regarding the EPA designation, I'm happy to provide some clarification there. So the official plan actually requires that a detailed land use study be undertaken by development proponents to determine the boundary of the EPA area and the abutting lands through an environmental impact assessment. So the modification in the boundary of the EPA that is proposed to be made through this application is a direct response to policy requirements of the official plan to confirm and ground truth the location of that boundary. The submitted environmental impact study by Ecological Services has assessed and determined the true ground truth boundary of that EPA on the subject lands. And so that is where that modification is coming from. I would also note that in terms of the existing condition of these EPA lands on this site, as I think I previously noted in my presentation, the existing quarry road on this site actually does encroach into those lands. And through this proposal, there will be an opportunity to renaturalize and provide for a net improvement in terms of the condition of this 30-meter buffer on the subject lands. So ultimately, we're actually providing for an improvement in terms of the opportunity for environmental preservation on the site and the condition of that EPA area. So I think that would address all of the questions and comments that have been received, unless there's any further items that the applicant's project team wishes to supplement.
Thank you, Ms. Robideau, and I want to apologize. I should have challenged Mr. Hargraves on those comments and not left that to Mr. Park. So I propose then that we take a little bio break right now. Let's say we reconvene at 9:10, and we'll ask for a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor, and then we can ask our final questions and comments. Councillor Chappelle?
I was only moved for a bio break. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think we need a mover for that. So we'll declare ourselves in recess for until 9:10. And we're back. I see we have quorum again, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, we do have quorum at this time.
So as I indicated, what I'd like to do now is get a mover and a seconder so that we can put this on the floor. That way we can ask our questions, and we can questions and comments, and then we can go around as often as we need to. So I see Councillor Chappelle, you move it. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Osanek. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, my mistake. Can't do that, can I? Or am I supposed to do that? Yes, yes, to get it on the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, it is a mover and a seconder. Now we'll go to discussion.
Now
and
we go
can
to
vote on
discussion.
it at the
Okay,
end.
I'm sorry. Yes, I almost had you voting before you had a chance to discuss it. I apologize. So I'll now take questions and comments from our committee. Maybe we'll start actually with Councillor Bohm if he has any questions or comments, and then we'll go to committee members. Councillor Bohm.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So obviously with this file, as with most files, we know we definitely need a lot more housing in the city. It just seems with this, the public's just recently really started engaging on it. It's always tough over the summer months. This file, so much work has gone into it. There's still a lot of questions that I'm getting, and it's not even really fair to staff or even the developer at this point to try to answer all the questions that are coming in such a short time period. So I think with that it's almost my opinion that with a little bit more time on this, we could actually probably accelerate it at other levels if it was a little bit more thought out. And some of the things that I've gotten questions about are homeowners insurance, different riders, things that may not be covered for those that lived. And I'll be blatantly honest, I don't have the answers to all those questions. People always seem to come up with questions that may not necessarily fall under planning provisions. And so full respect to planning staff, they have a lane that they have to stay in to basically follow things through a planning process. But at the same time, some of these questions that we get as counselors, they come in typically at the last minute, and you're just sort of left going, you know what? Didn't think of that. That's a really good question. And I don't have the answer, and I don't think anybody can get the answer in a couple of days on this. So with that, there are quite a few local residents that I'm trying to represent by saying this, and that's the fact that this is in no way, we've heard earlier tonight, in no way is this a standard typical development, although it's attempting to follow the standard typical development protocols. It's trying to fall within the same guidelines of 90 days and all that. And there's just so many questions on this file. So with that being said, home insurance is one that I brought up. The rock wall liability with the condo corporation, I think there's still a little bit more to be fleshed out there. It seems like there's a good handle on it, but what does that actually look like? Water and foundation issues. The email that was sent to me on home insurance was saying that you'd be hard pressed to find a home insurer that would cover some of these things. So for homes that are outside of the quarry, they may have home insurance that will cover things like water penetration and foundation shift and such things, whereas it may be an impossibility, or it may be so expensive in the quarry just because of the type of development that homeowners just can't afford it, and or insurance companies refuse to even cover it in there. So just questions like that. I know there's a lot of questions about the density of the development. And I know the whole goal here is to try to get as much housing as we can. But with that, that leads other residents in this area to worry about the amount of traffic that's going to be coming out of that development, and what another intersection is going to do, about 150 feet from the next one at Gore Road. So a lot of concerns there. It seems like the public still has more to say on this. So I think with a draft approval, they'd feel that they weren't really heard, or it kind of, for whatever reason, there seems to be the perception that once a draft approval goes through, people don't have the ability to engage on things. So with that being said, it always makes people feel a little bit more comfortable if they're able to have a more extended engagement period initially. And I think that what that could do in turn is, if a lot of these questions that still exist can be answered, same as on the environmental protection, and what's going to happen there. If a lot of these questions can be answered ahead of time, I think you may use a bit more time in the front part of it, but you may actually gain time throughout the process if it gets approval later on. And the whole goal there is to basically try to bring as many people with you through an additional engagement at the onset, rather than trying to fight them every step of the way due to a lack of understanding or a lack of timely responses for many pertinent questions that have come up. And, you know, as representatives of the people, it's tough because we will get questions that are so far beyond the scope of what our own expertise is, and we just don't have the answers. And it's very hard to say to somebody, you know what, that is an amazing question, or that is an amazing page of questions. I simply don't know the answers. And then look them in the eye and say, but I'm going to go vote in support of something, but I still have questions myself. So it's not that I'm not supportive of this. I think we definitely do need the housing. It's just making sure we get the ingredients right before we mix this, and make sure that we have those questions answered. Numerous residents came on tonight and raised a lot of concerns, and those
30 seconds for this round.
Thank you. Yeah, those concerns in turn raised concerns that I have, because I can't answer some of those questions. And so I couldn't in good conscience just say, yeah, go ahead and vote in favor of this without having some more answers myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Through you, just a couple more questions to staff. We heard that fire and emergency services asked for that extra road to be built in there. And so is there going to be parking on both sides of the road? Parking will be allowed on the streets A, B, C, D?
Ms. Robideau?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I will pull up the very preliminary parking plan that was submitted quickly as a reference, but I would note that ultimately the details of on-street parking will be finalized at the final plan of subdivision stage, will be reviewed with our parking and transportation staff to ensure that there aren't going to be any conflicts in terms of the navigability of the street, both for emergency vehicles as well as snow clearing vehicles in the winter months as a result of vehicles being parked on the street. But just pulling up that slide quickly now to answer your question, and the applicant is only showing vehicles parked on one side of Street A, so that primary entrance into the subdivision, and then within some of the internal roads. In other parts of the subdivision, there may be opportunities to park on both sides of the street. But again, as I said, this is something that we'll be reviewing in detail in consultation with our experts as these plans are finalized.
Okay, thank you. Another question then, this is about the 20 homes or so that will be on Street B, on like the double-sided on the west side of the street. Let's see what the question was. So those homes will be built to a height of 9.5 meters on the river side of the road. They're going to be built on fill then, are they? Like that's part of the fill that's all going to be put in the subdivision?
Just to ensure I understand your question, Councillor Osanek, through the chair, is your question in terms of whether the fill is included within that maximum height, or in terms of how height will be measured?
Yeah. So is it from grade and then to the top of the home's 9.5 meters, or is that just from the like the first floor of the home to the top of the roof, right? 9.5 meters, and then there's like fill on top of there. The concern, I think, is the view from the water and just how high the homes will be.
Yep, good question. So in terms of how height will be measured, it is proposed to rely upon the definitions of building height and finished grade that are included within the existing zoning bylaws for this area. And so building height will be measured from finished grade, which is defined as the average elevation from the finished surface of the ground, where it abuts the main portion of the building. Consideration was provided for where that finished grade will fall when determining what an appropriate maximum height for those dwellings would be. And in reviewing some of the conceptual renderings and section drawings that I provided, which illustrate what that height of 9.5 meters would look like. Those drawings do consider what the finished grade of the proposed subdivision would be as opposed to what it is today.
Okay, and then so we know that it's from the finished grade surface and up 9.5 meters. How much then, like from the river to that finished grade, how high is that? Because that would be on top of the 9.5 meters.
Yes, I'm thinking it might be helpful if the clerk could pull up, we'll try this again. I believe it'll be slide 23 of my presentation. Pardon me, looks like it's slide 25, and this would be the Street B section slide. Fabulous. Oh, we got it. Okay, great. So in this section drawing, we can see the line that's in red illustrates a viewpoint from the water up towards the proposed subdivision. And you can see here that various ages of trees and types of trees have been included to illustrate how that visual screening would line up with the proposed building height of 9.5 meters. And you can actually see in this drawing as well, in the faint red line beyond the 9.5 meters, the previously proposed height of 13 meters. So we can see here where the height has been brought down to more adequately ensure that it will be consistent with the direction of the Rideau corridor landscape strategy to ensure building heights are sort of around the top of the tree canopy.
Okay, great, thank you. My next questions are about the homes backing onto the rock cliff on Street C. And I just wondered if the clerks could bring up that one picture that was sent to us a few months ago in the winter time, showing the water coming through the rock. So it's just like when we're driving along the 401 and we can see the water coming through the rock at Montreal Street and the 401, quite a lot of water coming through the rock, the limestone. This picture was sent to us back in the winter time, and it shows, it did a second ago. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. It shows water coming through the rock. So where does that water, this is maybe a question to the applicant, where does this water go?
Yes, I would defer to Mr. Nielsen if he's still on the call to provide a response.
Yes, so the Patterson report actually identifies 2 or 3 areas where there's some exfiltration from the rock, which is the picture you're actually showing there is actually more ice buildup from the rim of the benching above the quarry. So the Patterson report speaks to improving drainage both above the wall and below the wall to, first of all, try to eliminate this scenario you're showing there. And then also is if there is water getting below the wall, there will be rear yard catch basins and a rear yard swale at the backs of those lots to make sure any of that water is addressed.
Okay, thank you. And then how deep will those backyards be then? And because now they have to include like a swale and a catch basin. So how deep will those lots be?
So those lots are, let me just grab a measurement here. I think they're 30, I'll confirm this, but I believe they're 34 meters. Plus you have a 4.5 meter safety zone. And then you have your first wall face, and then you have a rock benching above that, and then a smaller wall face.
Oh. If we wanted to see that in detail, what report is that on, Dash?
Let me just confirm the sketch. You want to look at SK3.
Okay.
And then section 4.
And then section and then section 4. So like, I think one of the points that, well, that more than one person has raised is, you know, like, first of all, home insurance. And I think everyone is kind of aware that if you have a basement that floods, insurance will pay it for the one time, but then if that happens again, insurance won't. And I am a little bit worried seeing like the water coming off that wall, you know, that the catch basin will be sufficient so that the water won't come, you know, that much closer to the back, like to the homes and flood. Like, I think we remember that really warm spell in the first week of March of last year. And suddenly, you know, in one day, our record snowfall from February basically all melted and the backyards were really bad. And in 2017, we had a day in February, at the end of February 2017, where, or maybe it was 2019, I think it was 2019, sorry, it was last day of February in 2019, where we had a thunderstorm and all this rain came and the ground was totally frozen. And again, so many basements flooded, and now we might see all that water come off the rocks. I don't know, that worries me with the I don't know what to call it, but with the engineering work you're going to be doing on the cliff before the homes are built to stabilize, is that also going to help like fill in all those holes so that you won't get the infiltration of water so much?
Yeah, exactly. So maybe let me just respond to the flooding comment first. Is this subdivision, like, it has the best under drainage subdivision of any subdivision you're ever going to see, because it's in a very different scenario. There are meters and meters and meters of crushed granular under these houses. That it's all been engineered and compacted properly, but it's basically, in essence, a free drain below these buildings. The lowest basement in this subdivision is 1.2 to 1.5 meters above the flood elevation Mr. Dakin was talking about. There is zero, and I mean zero, chance of flooding in this subdivision. There's also a comment about sewage backup, and this subdivision will be on a pump station. But that pump station is also going to be fitted with a gen set, and a backup to that is like every pump station. There's an overflow before it hits anyone's basement elevation. So again, there is zero chance of flooding, and very minimal to zero chance of backups from that point. From the exfiltration point of view, on the rock, the Patterson report speaks to evaluating the areas for drainage, and it also speaks to if there's a particular problem area in one of these exfiltration spots, there are options to shotcreting, concreting, and anchoring these areas. And we do intend on having those areas evaluated and an engineer designed specifically to not just the face, but like you said, is making sure that swale beside these houses is sufficiently sized and there's proper drainage in place.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a little bit better, although I'd like to just kind of have that answer in writing. Just only so that I can read it a few times and understand it fully, and have more confidence in it. So thanks for giving us that answer verbally for sure. And now I think my last question is then to staff, and that is going back to the condo, this condo. So I think Ms. Robideau, you said in your report, or in your presentation, it's called Common Elements Condominium. And then but then I heard two different things tonight, right? Like when I heard all the homes in the subdivision will be part of it. But then I also saw your diagram that had red, and it showed that it was just all the homes, like it kind of had a red outline. And to me, it just showed all the homes along Street C. So as part of this condominium, is it every single house, you know, like in this condominium, or is it only those on along Street C that you showed in that red outlined area?
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate how that would be confusing, and I'm happy to provide some clarification there. So the block that was highlighted in red on the slide that you're referencing, that contains the rock wall in the safety zone. That is what would be the common element that is essentially tied to all of the parcels, all of the residential parcels of land within the subdivision, so as to require the payment of condominium fees, as will be determined to be appropriate, to provide for the long-term maintenance of that wall. So essentially what that means is that all of the landowners within this subdivision will be responsible for the long-term maintenance of the wall as a result of their ownership of those lots. And it's the rock wall itself that is the common element in this instance, whereas all of the residential lots will be freehold lots, so owned by individual private property owners. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And then
Councillor Stanek, maybe you've kind of exhausted your 5 minutes, so let me go on to someone else and we'll be able to come back. Okay.
Sure.
Councillor Hutchison or Councillor Neal? Councillor Chappelle. Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to recap on that answer. So with respect to the condominium shared elements, the freehold homes in that subdivision would not be deemed part of the condominium, from what I understood from that answer. Only those homes that are backing onto the rock wall themselves. Is that my correct understanding?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Chappelle. That's not quite what I meant to convey. I apologize if it was confusing. All of the residential lots within the subdivision will be equally parts of the condominium and will pay equal fees towards that condominium.
Will the fees be equal, or would it be dependent on the size of the property they have? For example, if you bought a condominium in a regular apartment style building, if your square footage was larger, you would pay a larger premium based on square footage. I guess it will have to depend on what condominium corporation they bring forward to you for consideration. Maybe that is really too soon in this process, but that would be my understanding. So
yes, if I may, I think that's a fair characterization. I don't know if the applicant's project team would care to speak to that further, if that's something that's been determined at this early stage or not.
I can briefly speak to it. We haven't nailed down all the details, but because this is a parcel of tied land condominium, and each house will have a varying square footage. The contribution will be a unit basis. Everybody will be contributing the same.
Oh, great. Thank you for the clarification on that. And one of the comments that were made by the developer was that the property, they're basically sitting on a granular net sink, maybe perhaps. So in that case, maybe planting trees might be a little easier because that's a granular material rather than the solid limestone as I envisioned. And I just want to get some clarity that if it is an area where they're planning to plant a tree, the substrate underneath that tree would have a root system that would be able to reach into this granular material rather than a solid face of like a limestone sheet. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah, yes, you are correct in understanding that. There's it's larger stone. It's like a 3-inch to a shot rock 6-inch size. But yeah, roots can penetrate that, and then above the stone in the front yards, backyards, and boulevards, there will still be another additional 2 to 3 meters of earth fill.
Okay, great. Those are the questions I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Megan, I've got some questions for you. I think are yes or no's, okay? except for the first one, okay, which has to do with density. And when I was speaking to the proponent, they said the city wanted 40 units per net hectare. This is the way I understood this conversation. And they were putting in 44 units per net hectare with townhouses, semis, and detached. But when I look in the description of what we report today, I get 20, it quotes 27.7 dwellings per net hectare. How do those things jive, or I got something wrong here?
Through the chair, you are correct that the density as currently proposed today is 27.7 units per net hectare. Certainly the density that's proposed for this development has significantly evolved over time. When this proposal initially came in for pre-application with staff, a density of about 11 dwelling units per hectare was proposed. The first submission that was brought to public meeting last spring had a density of 23.3, and now we're at 27.7. So staff have worked closely with the applicant to ensure that we're getting the most out of this site as is reasonably possible in terms of density.
Right. And the 40-44 contrast.
Hang on just a second, Councilor Hutchison, Ms. Jones.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just to add to that, Councillor Hutchison, I think what you're referring to, the 40 to 44%, is the minimum percentage of townhomes that is a special zoning requirement that will be associated with the subdivision. So that is viewed separately than the minimum density requirement.
That's very good. That actually makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Okay. So I guess I misunderstood the context, and that's what I was trying to straighten out. Okay, there was a number of questions that came up that I took from the initial report, okay, or the concerns that came up at the public meeting. I want to race through those because I think I know the answers. I want to make sure that the public also knows the answers. And so the first one is the access road is being improved by being widened. Is that correct? And staff is satisfied that it will do the job now. That's what I get from this report.
Through the chair, to the first part of your question, the access road hasn't been widened. An additional intersection has been added off of the primary access road to reduce the distance of that entrance leg of the subdivision.
Okay, right. I remember that.
But to the second part of your question, staff are now satisfied that it meets the requirements of the city for emergency access.
Okay. And similarly, the roads meet the municipal standard in terms of width?
Correct.
Before they did not, right?
We've had some back and forth with the proponent in terms of the slope of, in particular, the primary access road of the subdivision. I can't recall that the width of the roads was necessarily raised, though I can confirm that they do meet the municipal standards.
Okay. In terms of the single loaded road on the Riverside Road, that meets the city standard on that, or at least the Pittsburgh standard on that. Is that correct?
Staff have determined that it does meet the intent of that official plan policy, yes.
Okay. Now, what does that actually mean when it meets the intent?
Sure. Through the chair, in my presentation, I think I outlined this a little bit, but I'm happy to go back for clarification. The intent of that policy is largely to ensure that views and public access are maintained along that boundary of the EPA. And so in this instance, that's been done by strategically placing the park frontages at the bottom of Street A, as well as a large open frontage of the park towards the north end of the site, as well as the inclusion of a continuous linear public park block, which will allow for the creation of an accessible pathway on the subject property. So that is how the intent of that policy is met.
Okay. I had other questions about parking and trees, but we covered that before. And Parks Canada is satisfied with the UNESCO provisions as far as the view from the river is concerned?
Correct. Subject to the draft plan conditions included in Exhibit D, Parks Canada has provided their support.
Okay, so when I was on site there, which of course is not what it's going to look like, but in the plan you have the single loaded road or the double loaded road for part of that street, which is, I guess, this structuring that is necessary to meet the city's requirements. Will the, and this may be, I'm satisfied that the view from the river is going to be buffered or screened from the site of the buildings to a very large extent. That's, I take that impression is correct. I was a bit concerned about when people are traveling on that trail, they're going to be between fairly high fence and basically what is now an impenetrable green wall of growth, which is, so it didn't feel too inviting. So will people be able to see the river in part when they're using that trail so they don't feel trapped in there? And will we be doing things like putting a lookout points in there so they can actually, make their way down a small path to view the river?
Certainly, I wouldn't anticipate that the landscaping buffer that will be provided within the EPA block will be such that views of the water will be restricted from that public park or from that trail system. Can you remind me of the second portion of your question, Councillor Hutchison?
Oh, it wasn't a question, it was a suggestion, but like it can be fairly, impenetrable enough to serve the riverside. I'm thinking about the pedestrians, I'm looking out. And in some areas like at the Cataract Conservation Authority, you can make your way through the trees and you come out onto a lookout point and you can see the marsh and the
yes,
that sort of thing. So it can be taken care of. I know this is a site plan issue, okay, but I'm just looking for to impart this concern and hopes it gets addressed.
Yes, in terms of your question about the lookout, I would say that there will likely be several natural opportunities within the park blocks to accommodate a lookout feature. As you had previously mentioned, there's sort of an existing access down to the water in proximity to what will be the North Park block on the subject site. So perhaps that will provide an opportunity that it would be appropriate to provide a feature such as that in a location where it's somewhat already established. Though obviously, as you've mentioned, the details of the park block programming will be finalized through public process at a later stage.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Santa, can you take the chair?
I take the chair and recognize.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I want to go back to a couple of comments from Councillor Bone because unfortunately those aren't land use planning issues, but and this is for Mr. Park perhaps, or Mr. Barr. Would those kinds of issues and a number of other issues that we've heard with tonight, can they be dealt with through bump up?
Through you, Vice Chair. Yes, they can be. They would be detailed out in the subdivision agreement, which then would be implemented through the final plan of subdivision, which is what that bump up would be going back to council for approval. Many of the things in around risk, ensuring notice to residents that these will be condominiums, that they will be responsible for the maintenance of the wall. All those things would be included within that subdivision agreement, as well as all the enhanced technical studies regarding the structural integrity of that rock wall and that it's been signed off on by various reviews, as Mr. Nielsen outlined earlier this evening's meeting.
Thanks. So just a couple of comments, and as folks know, I have Conservatory Pond is in my district, and I know it's not at all similar in terms of the rock wall and its proximity to homes, but we have quarries inside the urban boundary, and they're really a scar and pretty much a pretty useless piece of real estate. And so when we have and I think the work that was done on Conservatory Pond to turn that into a useful residential area, was a great advantage to this district. So, this proposal, I think there are some things and some questions that need to be settled, and we certainly want to ensure that anyone who is, considering, purchasing one of these properties is well armed and forewarned, of any issues that could come of it. But it's addressing our needs to intensify. It's allowing us to use a piece of property that really has no other value, and is really a scar in our community. So I like the proposal. I think it's a good one. I really like the fact that so much of the shoreline is protected, and yet there's still some accessibility in terms of the lateral park that runs along it. So I think on the whole, it's a good proposal. And I think some of the issues that Councillor Boehm has raised, and a number of councillors have raised tonight, can really be dealt with through the bump up. Mr. Barr, did you want to comment on that?
Thanks, and through you, Chair, I did want to bring up an additional point that might not have been communicated or is, greatly obvious to everyone here tonight, because it's not something that we do very often. But as we saw earlier in the summer, we did have a final plan of condominium application come back forward to this committee. So there has been a lot of interest tonight, and it's great to see the continued interest from members of the public. As a reminder, this application has been going on for over a year, and we received significant public input early on in this application, including at the open house, as well as the initial public meeting, and then subsequently after that, for a lot of people who were very interested in this application. But with the final plan of subdivision, if that gets bumped up to council, that's an additional opportunity for council scrutiny. And then the final plan of condominium and condominium exemption application will have to come back forward to planning committee prior to going to council for that process to conclude. So there is an additional step that will come back to this committee if this application here is approved tonight for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision, which is really just establishing the basis of land use, recognizing that there is additional works to occur through the next two application phases. So that's the final plan of subdivision and the final plan of condominium application.
Thanks, Mr. Byrne. And Councilor Stanek, if you can return the chair, we'll carry on.
I return the chair to you.
All right, thank you. And so we're going to round two. Councilor Stanek, I think you still have some questions.
Yes, just have one question actually, and that is what I know we heard before our bio break, right? That there was little chance that a condo corporation would go bankrupt, that there's going to be lots of checks and balances to make sure that they'll have money. But if they do run out of money and go bankrupt, what happens at that point in terms of the rock wall? Does it then fall on the city? It becomes the city's liability? What happens?
Ms. Robideau?
Through the chair, through the draft plan conditions and what will become the conditions in the final plan of subdivision agreement and the condominium agreement, there is no risk to the city that the rock wall or the liability associated with the rock wall would fall back onto the city. So I think in the event that the condominium corporation were to go bankrupt, that's not something that would have implications for the city as I understand it. I would note that I think questions around insurability and these potential scenarios for the future condominium corporation are probably in part beyond the scope of the intent of the applications before us this evening, in that we're looking at the land use policy provisions that are proposed for the site, for the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and to establish the lot fabric for a future plan of subdivision. But as Mr. Barr noted, there are additional applications in this process that will be required to work out additional details in terms of that condominium corporation, as well as clauses for future homeowner agreements, to sort through some of these further legal details that have less bearing on land use planning matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Robideau. So that's the end of my questions, but I will have lots of comments.
All right, are there any going on to Councillor Neal?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Osanek for stealing most of my questions, but asking very thorough questions. The question I had is in regard to, again, potential liability with the wall. I know that site plan, for instance, we usually get some kind of a bond to ensure that site plan is respected and completed. Is there anything similar in this situation? And I appreciate that Megan has pointed out that there would indeed be some protection against the city ending up owing money, but perhaps she could explain how that would work.
Through the chair, thanks for your question, Councillor Neal. In terms of securities for the proposed subdivision, through the final plan of subdivision, you're correct that similar to a site plan control application, securities will be provided by the proponent for the works that are proposed as part of that subdivision. And so the intent of those securities is to ensure that the works that are approved through that final plan of subdivision are ultimately completed. Does that answer your question in regards to site securities?
Yes, it does. And that is reassuring. Thank you.
All right, we'll go one more round and then hopefully we can call the question. So Councillor Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So, I mean, a lot of these issues and concerns, I guess, are hypotheticals in the grand scheme of things, but I'm wondering if anybody on this call would be willing to stand up and say that the homeowners that purchase a property in the quarry will face no more undue risk or liability than a homeowner that would purchase a house in any other development within the city. Because I think at the end of the day, that is what is on a lot of people's minds, is what are the risks? And we know the benefits is housing, and we know that housing is sorely needed, but it's very easy to approve something even at a draft form and then walk away from it. And 20 years down the road, it'll be probably none of us dealing with this, but somebody will be. And there's going to be some homeowners at some point that are going to go, who the heck approved this? And now there's a big bill, and who pays for it? And it's great that, you know, again, the developer's gone at that point. I'm sure they're onto something else. I think they're a great developer. I have no beef with them. I'm just concerned about some of the formalities that maybe haven't gone through here, and the risk to residents in the future. And I guess the other thing is the city has no liability. So if the developer has no liability when they've moved on and the city has no liability when they moved on, I can tell you where the liability is going to fall, and it's going to be on those future homeowners. And so if somebody's willing to unequivocally state right now that they face no more duress and or liability than any other development within the city, then I think that we've answered most of our questions. But if nobody's willing to say that, then I still think there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered.
Who wants to take that one on? Mr. Barr or Mr. Park? Mr. Park.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Bohm, I won't unequivocally say there is no risk. There's risk in any subdivision, any building. what we're trying to do here, and as the applicant, is to minimize those risks as much as possible with the numerous supporting studies and checks and balances, belts and suspenders we're putting into the agreement. But there will always be risk. There's risk at any subdivision. There's risk in the house I'm living in, you're living in, the apartment building if it's not completed properly. So I think it's just the people that purchase those properties, they will be made aware of those risks. I mean, it's pretty obvious to them. They'll be moving into a former quarry. I'm sure, I would like to hope they would go through their due diligence. I certainly would if I was purchasing a home in a situation like that, as I did go through due diligence purchasing my own home here. But unequivocally, no, I would not say there is no risk.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that answer, and I understand that, you know, the average homeowner does do their due diligence on, you know, probably most purchases, but I feel like this has some overwhelming qualities to it. And to one of the previous speakers who actually seemed to be, you know, more in favor of it, which I'm not against it at all. I guess I'm against sort of the unknowns that still remain. I do know we need the housing stock. In the grand scheme of things, though, the risks that are left unknown here, and that you would hope would be relayed to the homeowners that are purchasing, just remind me of a situation of people who bought where the third crossing is now and have approached me in the meantime saying, well, you know, I heard about that bridge 20 years ago when I bought my house, but I just never thought it was going to be put in, and boom, it's in my backyard. So it's kind of one of those things where you can be made aware of all of the things that may or may not happen, but man, can you still be surprised 20 years later when it does happen. So I definitely appreciate that answer, Mr. Park. And I think that, you know, for the community over here is they're really concerned about the future homeowners. And I know that I have no doubt that Tagger and city staff have done their due diligence. I still just think that there's some questions, and I know I always struggle with this too, because it's how do we get people to engage? And it always seems like when these reports come out, I agree, we're counselors and staff and the developer, we're all keen and we're all in on it because it's what we do. But for the average person, they basically are relaying to me that right now they feel like, boom, so much overwhelming information came out. And I engaged at the beginning of the process when there wasn't a lot of information. Now it's all come out in 100-page report. And I've got to digest all that in 4 days before a planning committee meeting, which also I can't make that evening because I work or I can't get a sitter or something. And then all of a sudden the next day in the news, it's boom, it was draft approval. And then people go, what's the point? It's going ahead anyways. There's no point in me raising my concerns. So I feel like that's always something that's a little bit of a fall down with our process. I understand from a staff perspective, land use planning, you guys have dotted the I's and crossed the T's. That's not the concern here. The concern here is that the community really is almost overwhelmed, and it's nobody's fault. I'm blaming the process, not the developer, not staff, not council, but the perception of the public is that we bombard them with all this information. We give them 4 days to digest it when they may not even be in town during the summer. And then this just boom happens. And then they feel like, what was the point of engaging in that process in the first place? Because it just got rammed through anyways. And we all know that's not the case, but that can be the perception of it, especially during the summer months when, you know, I could even say there's a lot of people right now where I'm getting email kickbacks saying away on holidays until mid-August or till the end of the month, please contact so-and-so. So to be fair to residents, I mean, a little bit more time on this up front before this draft approval, I think would pay dividends towards the end. And I would rather, you know, it's always been my policy to explain things, to give people a little bit more time to engage in the process, to have their questions answered up front, which then saves you time in the end because you're not fighting everybody every step of the way. That's my 2 cents on this. I think in the end, something will go in here. I think that the houses are sorely going to be needed, but I also think that 20 years from now, we'd all sleep a little bit better if we recognize the fact that all those homeowners that have those houses have the protections in place, understand them, and are not caught off guard by all of a sudden, boom, condo corporations can go bankrupt. It's happened in the history of Ontario. It's happened in the history of Canada. So they can be mismanaged. There are possibly some more questions there that we could provide answers to the public on, some more questions around home insurance we could provide answers to, and really try to mitigate, as Mr. Park said, and dot the I's and cross the T's as much as possible, so that when this does go ahead, we can answer every question. And right now, I got an email 2 days ago with far more questions than I can provide answers to. And it's nobody's fault. It's just the way the process unfolded, that as people engage. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Park, it looks like, and Mr. Barr an opportunity to respond to that.
Thanks, and through you, Chair. I just building off what Mr. Park has said, and Councillor Bohm, thank you for all of your comments and questions on this. And I will note that as a result of some of the communications we've had earlier this week, we're looking at an alternative mechanism to engage the public with, quick synopsises online through social media where people are in order to get that information out. So that's something we're looking at now, expanding to other large-scale applications as we keep moving forward, because we are committed to active public engagement in this, and our planners are always around to answer public questions when they come in. And I think our professional staff to date have done a great job answering those questions that have come in over the year that this application has been submitted, and we're going to continue to keep answering those questions. But building off what Mr. Park was saying about this subdivision, I think it's important to note that while this subdivision is in a unique situation, it's designed to meet municipal standards. The roadways that lead into this, the stormwater management systems, the infrastructure that services it for water, wastewater, the width of the roadways, the sidewalks, the trees, they're all designed to meet municipal standards. So in that situation, this is not necessarily a unique subdivision. It is a standard subdivision in the terms that all of our typical requirements that we would apply to any subdivision in the city are being applied here as well. The unique part of this is the condominium aspect for that rock wall, which I think has been explained quite a bit tonight. So I'm trying not to double down and maybe say something unique or new or different about it. But looking at that feature long term, it's going to be established, it's going to be funded, it's going to be technically reviewed by the engineers for Taggart, as well as a third-party individual before it's brought on into the condominium corporation. Those checks and balances have to be established and checked off as you lead into it. The Condominium Act, I know Ms. Watson didn't go too deep into it, but there's a really boring part of it where it outlines that a condominium corporation is required to carry insurance for the common elements of the building. So there are very prescriptive requirements under the Condominium Act that have to be met in order to manage these collective resources. So from the city's perspective, we are still going to be a party to the subdivision long into the future because these are municipal roads. This is municipal infrastructure within this subdivision. It is a municipal park. Municipality is going to own the waterfront in this area too. So it's not as though, even from a municipal perspective, we're signing an approval and then getting out. We are actively engaged in part of this subdivision moving forward. And then in addition to that, the owners within the subdivision will be well aware of their obligations under the Condominium Act, which lay out those very prescriptive steps in order to manage that collective resource.
Thank you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And if you don't mind, I just wanted to add a little bit to what James and Mr. Park have said. I was formerly a planner with the City of Kingston, and I've been involved in this file since I looked back. They bought the property in 2010. I was involved with in 2014 when the quarry license was surrendered, and we've been actively designing since 2013. We've done, I think, actually 4 pre-application meetings on this. We've been talking to staff and elected officials over the years and many residents. We've had open house in 2021, public meeting in 2021, and we've gone to a great effort to redesign the site several times. There's been many iterations to finally get to this point where we do think that we have a very well laid out plan. And I think, sort of the point I want to make that really Mr. Barr and Mr. Park have already made is what we're doing tonight. So you have a lot of absolutely excellent questions that are coming up. And these are all the details. So what draft approval is exactly that. It's saying that you think the intent for this land is to be residential and that the basic layout and lotting we're proposing looks good. But in order to prove that it should actually get to the stage of actually being built, we now have to go through very detailed studies. And the reason the Planning Act has draft approval is to give the developer a level of assurance that they can go ahead and do those detailed studies. And, given the questions, just because this is a unique piece of land that the public has and you have, it does make a lot of sense to bring it back to committee and to council through a bump up. But, I strongly believe that the way to get these really detailed questions answered that you want is to get us past draft approval into final approval so we can do all those studies, so we can write you a very detailed memo about the Condo Act and about how it's going to apply and what the provisions are going to be, to show you the engineering and show you the grading. That all comes with final approval. There, quite frankly, isn't a ton more we can do at this point until we have that level of assurance that comes with draft approval. And I think the other thing I can tell you, because of my history with Kingston, is this land has been intended for residential use going back to the Pittsburgh Township official plan. So we're talking the 1980s here. So it was an active quarry. And even then, when they did their official plan in Pittsburgh Township, they put policies in place to say, when that quarry is no longer going to be used as a quarry, it will be used for a mix of uses and primarily residential. So this has been on the books for 30 something years. This has always been contemplated. And when the quarry license was surrendered, we had to put a revised site plan on the site that said it would be a residential plan of subdivision. That's how M&R approved that license being surrendered. So this has been intended basically since the time there's been an official plan on this site to be residential. So, I feel strongly that to get us to that next stage, to bring it back to you, we need to get through the official plan zoning amendment stage. Zoning will have holding provisions on it, and it's just draft approval. This gets us to detailed review. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to Councillor Osanek, I think, am I? Yes, Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I would probably approve this tonight if on like Street C, if there were no homes along the wall, right, on that far east side, right? But ever since that picture showing the winter time and that water coming down, ever since that was sent to me a few months ago, I've been really leery. And when I look at page, I don't know what this is, Exhibit R, that has all those lots, like there's just so many of those townhome lots that could be affected, hopefully not, but they could be affected by all the water coming off of Highway 15 down the rock cliff. And Collins Bay Road is actually higher than the east side homes in Balmoral Park. And I get phone calls for 16 years about all the water coming off of Collins Bay Road into the backyards of those homes. And that's not even a cliff of limestone that's very porous like we're dealing with tonight. So because of my concerns, I just need the confidence, and I need confidence in writing. That's essentially it. People wrote in some really good questions about like insurance and the like how water is going to be managed in terms of the condo corporation and maintaining the wall. And I just need to see some answers in writing. And so I have a motion to defer. If this is the time to put it on the floor.
It is, and you can make a motion to defer at any time. But the deferral has to be based on land use planning, right? So is this a land use planning issue?
I think so, or else I
Okay.
want to make an amendment to remove all the homes on the east side of Street C, because that's the
Okay.
only way I'm gonna be approving this.
All right, well,
So to me, that's like a land use
sure,
plan.
let's put the motion out there and we can discuss it. Oh, wait a sec, I'm gonna ask Mr. Park to comment.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to add a little context to those lots, there's actually a 4.5 meter safety zone and then a 6 meter rear yard setback from the rock face. So the homes will be actually set back 10.5 meters from that rock face. As the rock face goes up also, it's tiered. So it's not coming straight down from the top. So I just wanted to add that context in case that wasn't made clear or understood within the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Park. Does that change your mind, Councilor Sanders? You just want to go ahead with the deferral?
No, I want the answers we heard tonight in writing, basically, because we only have 5 attendees, and I think the district councillor is going to have to answer all these questions over and over again. And I think it would be a lot more clarity and a lot more confidence if we had, providing information to the public about how this will work and still getting a legal opinion from our staff on risk analysis.
Okay, so I will read the motion to defer, moved by Councillor Osanek, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. That Planning Committee report number PC 22039 be deferred and returned to the Planning Committee no later than the end of October 2022 to permit staff to A, provide information to the public about the cost of house insurance to the homeowners of the Condo Corporation and the exclusions that home may refuse to cover for quarry homes, as well as other issues raised in writing or verbally by the public should the rock wall fail or water through the wall cause water in the basements, as well as what happens to the subdivision if the Condo Corporation has to declare bankruptcy. And B, provide a legal option to Kingston City Council that includes an analysis of risk to the City of Kingston should the Condo Corporation responsible for the wall go bankrupt or fails in its duty to maintain the wall. So discussion to the amendment or to the deferral only, and that's 1 minute. I just gotta get my watch going here. So Councilor Sanek, it's your motion. You get the floor.
Yeah, for part B, can I just change the word legal option to legal opinion? That just could have been autocorrect typing.
Yes.
It should have been.
We'll consider that a
opinion,
friendly change. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can speak to the motion.
No, and if staff did that information report, like, by the end of September meeting, it can be that early. Thank you.
Okay. So any other councillors that wish to speak? Councillor Hutchison?
It appears that Mr. Park has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Park, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Mr. Park.
Okay.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be clear that these are actually legal details that are in the motion, not land use planning issues. And city staff already did consult with city legal on this matter. So we do have a legal opinion from the city solicitor on this. Thank you.
So I guess the question is this motion to defer in order? And I to be honest with you, I don't know. And I don't know if I can speak to the clerk on this, I guess. Madam Clerk, do you want to weigh in on this?
Mr. Chair, the only part I can weigh in on is that it is the discretion of the chair to call motions within or without of order. So it would be your call whether or not you allow the motion to stand and be voted on based on what staff has provided in response to it and what the committee members have provided in their response as well.
Councillor Neal, is that a point of order?
I'm trying to be friendly and not worded
Yeah.
as.
Okay.
I just wanted to remind you that in my opinion, deferrals are in order if they're addressing time and place and topic only. So I don't know on what grounds, and you're welcome to explain it to me, what grounds this might be out of order, because it's a deferral of a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it was potentially out of order because it doesn't speak to land use planning. But I think what I'm going to do is allow the motion to go ahead, and I mean, I suspect it'll reflect kind of the will of the committee anyway. So Councilor Stanek, you still have a few seconds left, or if you have any other comments.
So if it's a legal opinion that's already been given to staff, it shouldn't be that onerous then for our legal staff to give it to city council in camera. Maybe that's what it has to be. I don't know. But I need to talk to staff about the liability because a lot of all these questions just came about today. So it's not like we had the questions, like we didn't have the added last night to be able to book a meeting, today. Like this has all come about today when we got the addeds.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on the Councilor Hutchison on the motion to defer?
I'm sympathetic to the district council. My opinion is that most of the answers to those questions were rendered tonight. And also, we could defer these questions to be answered at the council meeting, because they're really not part of the motion. They're legal opinion over to the side. That would allow Councillor Baum's constituents to respond and keep going into staff answering those questions, and he can gather those up and bring them to council if he really thinks it needs to be referred there, because you can defer to council too. So
10 seconds.
100% made up my mind, but these are the things I'm thinking about.
Thank you. I think I want to go through the councilors first, and then we can get some advice from staff if we need it. And any other councilor wishes to speak to the motion to defer? Councilor Chappelle?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm supporting this motion to defer because the councilor who's being impacted the greatest on this is not a member of the planning committee. And it just seems that there's always a lot of information that comes in sort of at the last minute and makes it very difficult to respond. I thought that these were two critically important issues. Having lived in a condo corporation with a laneway issue that I had to deal with for a great period of time, and it's all well and fine, but as soon as the properties get multiple sold, and we know that sales turn over many times, I think answering this question in a clear fashion is really important. It's great that staff might have the answer, but I think the councillors are ultimately accountable, need to be in a position to be able to respond to the constituents in a clear fashion. So that's why I'm supporting this deferral. I don't think it's unreasonable to get the answers and then go ahead with it.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. You're still muted, Councillor Neal. There you go.
Sorry, I'm using my phone tonight, which is a handicap. There was a discussion before, and I still support it, about the idea of bumping up this to council ultimately. And I would still support that. But the deferral itself is more focused on seeking some of the answers that both the district councillor and Councillor Osanek feel haven't been fully answered yet. So I will be supporting the motion to defer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Osanek, can you take the chair?
I take the chair and recognize.
So I don't support the deferral. I think the answers or the process for arriving at those answers have been identified. I think the bump up is the proper way to go. You know, there are always going to be questions, and that's what the next steps in this process are all about. So I believe that that we should defeat the deferral motion and vote on this proposal tonight. Thank you. So with that, I will. Sorry, Councillor Osanek, you get the last word. You're good.
Not necessary.
Okay. So we're now voting on the motion to defer. Sorry, Mr. Barr.
Thanks, and through you, Chair, just before you vote, I wanted to provide maybe another avenue for this course as well, one where Councillor Bone would actually be at the table to vote on such a deferral as well. If we were to defeat the deferral motion tonight, what staff can commit to is also bringing a supplemental report to the council meeting that would be on September 6th. So the next available council meeting for any Planning Act applications is September 6th. So that gives us 3 weeks in order to prepare a supplemental report that could go with the recommendation from Planning Committee to Council on September 6th to be debated by full Council. That would give everyone around the horseshoe the opportunity to hear the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Osanek and Chappelle tonight through their deferral motion, but heard in a different avenue through that deferral report, where we'll also have the benefit of legal counsel, Ms. Morley, to be there in order to speak.
Point of order. Sorry, point of order. Councillor Neal.
Thank you, and sorry to interrupt you, but it's been my understanding that the rules of order for a deferral are such that we should only be talking towards time and place and where and what information we're seeking.
My understanding, based on Mayor Patterson's interpretation at the council table, is time, place, and intent.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And,
so I think that
what we're doing now is we're debating the deferral rather than focusing on. So
okay.
we've
heard the offer anyway. So we know it. I think we're going to call the question. So the motion to defer is on the table. All those in favor? Opposed? And it carries. So this is deferred. And we will move on to our next item. So our next item is, sorry, Councillor Hutchison, point of order.
Is the supplemental report the same as the request of the deferral?
We're sorry, Councillor Hutchison, we can't go back and sort of debate this. The deferral motion.
I'm not debating it. I'm trying to figure out whether I should bring another motion.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the?
Oh.
Well, wait a sec. No, we've already deferred it. So there's no motions to be brought. It's been deferred. So you bring your motion when it comes back to the table. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's one interpretation. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so our next item is the Parkland Conveyance Bylaw Renewal, which is, I think, largely a housekeeping item, and I will turn it over to staff to speak to this one. Who is speaking to it?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Agarwal. Ms. Agarwal. Yes, okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair, my name is Sukriti Agarwal, and I'm the Manager of Policy Planning with Planning Services. And this report is regarding the renewal of the city's Parkland Conveyance Bylaw, which will expire on September 18th, 2022. Next slide, please. So the authority for municipalities to pass parkland conveyance bylaws comes from the Planning Act, and the Act allows a municipality to require by bylaw, so which means a municipality must pass a bylaw that requires the conveyance of land not exceeding 2% for commercial and industrial purposes and 5% for all other purposes as a condition of development or redevelopment. And municipalities may require a payment in lieu, which is commonly referred to as cash in lieu, to the value of the land otherwise required to be conveyed. The Planning Act also allows municipalities to impose an alternative requirement for parkland conveyance for residential development at a rate of 1 hectare per 300 dwelling units, or cash in lieu of parkland rate of 1 hectare per 500 dwelling units, or a lesser rate that may be specified in a municipality's bylaw. As per the Planning Act requirements, any funds that are collected through cash in lieu of parkland are required to be paid into a special account and spent only for the acquisition of land to be used for park or other public recreational purposes, including the erection, improvement, or repair of buildings and the acquisition of machinery for park or other public recreational purposes. Next slide, please. Bill 197, called the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020, received royal assent on July 21st, 2020, and this bill made a number of amendments to the Planning Act related to parkland dedication. The bill introduced new procedural provisions related to alternative parkland rate bylaws and allows such bylaws to be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which was previously not permitted. Bill 197 states that any existing parkland dedication bylaws that contain alternative parkland dedication requirements will expire on September 18, 2022, unless repealed sooner. So as a result, the city must pass a new parkland conveyance bylaw before this date, as our existing bylaw will expire on this date. Also, as per the changes to the Planning Act, the alternative requirement in the new bylaw would be subject to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, as I just mentioned. The alternative requirement cannot be provided for in a bylaw unless the official plan contains specific policies dealing with the provision of lands for park or other public recreational purposes and the use of the alternative requirement. And before adopting such policies in the OP, the municipality must prepare a parks plan that examines the need for parkland in the municipality and make it available to the public, unless the official plan policies were adopted before July 1st, 2016. So I just wanted to note that the city's official plan does contain policies related to parkland dedication and the use of the alternative requirement. And the city also has a parks plan, which was most recently updated in 2021. Next slide, please. So the city has bylaw number 2013-107, which is the city's existing parkland conveyance bylaw, was approved by council in 2013. And this bylaw outlines rates and requirements for parkland conveyance or cash in lieu of parkland conveyance as part of development and redevelopment to assist the city in meeting its parkland needs. The bylaw requires a parkland conveyance of 2% of the site area for commercial developments, industrial developments, and long-term care homes. And for residential developments where the gross density is less than 30 units per hectare, 5% of the site area is required as parkland conveyance. Next slide, please. Residential developments where the application is located within the corridor and centers, as shown on this map, which is included as Schedule A to the bylaw, parkland conveyance is required at a rate of 0.6 hectares per 1,000 people to a maximum of 5% of the site area. Next slide, please. Residential developments where the gross density of land included within the development application is greater than 30 units per hectare and is located outside of the center and outside of the corridor and centers, an alternative rate of 1.2 hectares per 1,000 people applies, not to exceed 1 hectare per 300 dwelling units, and up to a maximum of 10% of the gross land area. So this alternative requirement is the reason why we need to renew our parkland dedication bylaw. For mixed-use developments on a site, the required parkland conveyance is a combination of the residential and commercial or industrial requirements proportionate to the amount of land developed for each use. And for mixed-use uses within a building, the required parkland conveyance is the sum of the requirements proportionate to the gross floor area allocated to each use. The bylaw also allows for cash in lieu of parkland where parkland conveyance is not possible. For severances, the bylaw identifies a flat rate as cash in lieu of parkland payment. In addition, the bylaw also identifies developments that are exempt from parkland dedication and identifies the types of land that will not be accepted as parkland. It also outlines various reductions that may be applied to the required cash in lieu of parkland amount, including those for affordable housing projects, development undertaken by a not-for-profit organization, and development on a protected heritage property. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the proposed renewal of the parkland conveyance bylaw is to address the changes made to the Planning Act by Bill 197, which will cause our existing parkland dedication bylaw to expire on September 18th of this year. So staff are recommending that bylaw number 2013-107, which is our existing parkland dedication bylaw, be repealed and reenacted as a new bylaw. The draft new bylaw that is being presented today has been reformatted and reorganized to improve the clarity of the bylaw for staff, applicants, and members of the public. And no changes are proposed that would have a significant impact in which the city, in the way in which the city calculates or collects parkland dedication, including the alternative parkland dedication rate. And renewal of this bylaw would also allow the city to continue using that alternative requirement for residential development. Next slide, please. So the proposed amendments include general housekeeping amendments, structural amendments, and administrative amendments. As I mentioned earlier, there are no changes proposed that would have a significant impact on the way in which the city calculates or collects parkland dedication, including the alternative parkland rate. The general housekeeping amendment updates include updates to the definitions to incorporate current terminology, remove some of the redundant definitions, and add new definitions to assist with the interpretation of the terminology used within the bylaw. Updates to department names, updates to references to the Ontario Municipal Board, to the new name, Ontario Land Tribunal, updates to all cash in lieu of parkland flat rates and maximum rates to reflect 2022 rates. So as the bylaw was previously prepared in 2013, it included 2013 rates, but they are adjusted yearly. So we've just updated that rate to reflect 2022 rates. Also, there was a section in the bylaw which referred to former provisions in the city's zoning bylaws related to play space and children's play areas. These provisions were removed from the bylaws a few years ago. So this provision is also proposed to be deleted from the parkland dedication bylaw. And also the intent is to correct a number of typos within the bylaw. Next slide, please. The proposed structural amendments include reorganization and reformatting of the bylaw to make it easier to administer and follow, and to also align with the city's current format for bylaws, and also moving the requirements for parkland conveyance and cash in lieu of parkland into separate sections. So previously, the requirements were spread out in the bylaw, and there were requirements in different sections. So we've really tried to streamline that. So as a result of this change, a number of sections have been renumbered, but however, as I mentioned, the content really hasn't changed. Next slide, please. The proposed administrative amendments include minor technical corrections that do not impact the interpretation or intent of the provisions. Just an update to clarify that the cash in lieu of parkland rates are adjusted on January 1st of every year in accordance with the land price index. And this section, this piece was already in the bylaw previously, although it said these rates to be adjusted annually. So we've just made sure that we added in January 1st of each year. And an amendment to indicate that the maximum reduction amount for development undertaken by not-for-profit organizations will now also be adjusted annually in accordance with the land price index starting next year. And this is the same approach that has been applied to date to all other monetary values in the bylaw and will allow this reduction amount to reflect inflation and increases in land values over time. Next slide, please. Additionally, there are amendments to clarify that a flat rate is applied to applications for consent to sever for purposes of developing 3 or less units to align with the city's current practices, as developments with 3 or less units are not subject to site plan control, and no parkland dedication is currently required for such developments. Similarly, an amendment is made to clarify that no conveyance of parkland is required for the establishment of 3 or less units on a lot, again, because these types of developments are not subject to site plan control, and as such, no parkland dedication is currently required for such developments. Also, there's a new provision that's proposed to be added to indicate that where cash in lieu of parkland is provided as a condition of site plan control approval, the required amount would be subject to change to reflect the increase in property value if a building permit is not issued within 1 year from the site plan control approval. So this will really allow the cash in lieu of parking amount collected to better reflect the land value at the time of building permit issuance, as per the Planning Act. So as I previously mentioned, I just wanted to reiterate that the changes are proposed to improve the clarity of the bylaw and do not have a significant impact on the way in which the city currently calculates or collects parkland dedication, including the alternative parkland dedication rate. Next slide, please. So a courtesy notice regarding this report was placed in the Kingston Vic Standard on August 2, 2022. There are no requirements for notification in the Planning Act prior to the passage of a bylaw, and no public comments have been received to date on this new bylaw. Next slide, please. Planning Services recommends that the draft bylaw be presented to council for all 3 readings as per Exhibit A to report number PC 22-044, and that our existing parkland dedication bylaw, bylaw number 2013-107, be repealed, and Planning Services staff recommend the approval of this new parkland conveyance bylaw. Next slide, please. Following this meeting, it is recommended that the draft bylaw be presented to council on September 6th for all 3 readings. This will allow for the new bylaw to be in place before that September 18th deadline. Upon the approval of the bylaw, a notice of passing will be given as per the requirements of the Planning Act. And I just wanted to mention that staff do intend to undertake a comprehensive review of the parkland conveyance bylaw after the completion of the official plan update, because there is a lot of terms and concepts that are included within the parkland dedication bylaw, which rely a lot on our existing official plan policies. Sorry, including the centers and corridors, like as I had shown in a previous slide. So it is our intent to undertake a review of this bylaw upon the completion of the OP review. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, so this is largely a housekeeping item. So any questions from the committee? Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question, if I might. For about a decade, I whined about the fact that most of the in lieu of parkland came from the Williamsville corridor with all the development that went on there, and actually created millions of dollars that went into that fund. Because there's no land in the core of the city to purchase, or that seemed to be the case, we ended up, it was parkland in the suburbs that was being funded by the Corps. And because we have a very creative CAO, what ended up happening was that a developer purchased St. Joseph's School at the corner of Napier and Brock, and the city accepted that in lieu of the money that that developer owed for a development on the Williamsfield corridor. Most recently, and I won't get into it because I don't think it's been reported out yet, but there's potential for the purchase of a small green space along the corridor that may come to fruition. I'm just wondering, Sukriti, would this new revised, and it seems like a good edit, would those kind of possibilities be available in future? Like, could the CAO negotiate with the developer and to purchase a property that would become a parkland? And in this case, on Brock Street, it's for affordable housing. Could this be helpful in creating the possibility of a footprint for affordable housing?
Ms. Agarwal?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair. So yes, so those, absolutely, so those could still continue. The parkland dedication bylaw does not dictate where and how the funds that are collected through cash in lieu are spent. So absolutely, like, those types of negotiations can still continue to occur in the future.
That's great. It's my understanding, though, that the previous provincial cash in lieu of meant that it had to be spent for land only. So in other words, you couldn't take any of that money to enhance a parkland or to add to do, say, play structure in a parkland. Is that still going to be the case?
I'm just opening up that section of the Planning Act. The Planning Act says that lands that are collected through cash in lieu of parkland are required to be paid into a special account and spent only for the acquisition of land to be used for park or other public recreational purposes, including the erection, improvement, or repair of buildings and the acquisition of machinery for park or other public recreational purposes. So that's what we can use those monies.
Yeah. So that portion of payment in lieu of hasn't been changed. It has to be land for land. Okay, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And it's reassuring to know that staff can still be creative when it comes to how you achieve these things. So I appreciate it.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Sorry, Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 quick points. I just wondered, Ms. Agarwal, like, would it be possible that the bylaw could just add in 1 sentence about the critical importance of parkland green space for adapting to climate change or mitigating extreme heat? I can put that in a motion, or I can just send you that sentence. Just since we're updating it and climate change is really important right now.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair, I can start, and then if Mr. Park wants to jump in, I think that is more of a adding something like that. Like, that's more of a policy type of a statement, rather than including it in a bylaw. I think it will be more appropriate.
So, Ms. Agarwal, I think what I think, Councillor Osanek, what you're talking about is what's going to happen when we do the review of the parkland conveyance bylaw subsequent to the OP. Isn't that sort of what like that kind of change would be put in
Would
place?
come at
And
that time?
what we're looking at right now is basically getting it a housekeeping item in order to have it still in place to meet the timelines of. Is that right, Mr. Park?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. I mean, the bylaws that's being brought forward is just an update of the existing bylaw, which is really just sort of the nuts and bolts, the mechanics of parkland dedication that's afforded to municipalities through the Planning Act. What Councillor Osanik is referring to is something that we would look at, and I think we've already been on record saying we would be looking at this when we're updating the OP policies and the parkland dedication aspects of that.
But certainly that's something you could make a note of, and as we move to that next stage, right?
Yeah, we already have actually.
Okay, all right, is that fair?
Okay,
Councilor?
yeah.
Okay.
And then my second question, so these were just sent to myself and Councillor Hutchison early this morning, 6:15 a.m. for tonight's meeting for this. So now we know what to say back to the person who asked about that. And the person also asked if the bylaw for section 5, which is the conditions of land for parkland dedication, if we have right now A, B, C, D, E, and if we could add one more, since these are just like guidelines, right? Like guiding principles, if the 330-300 rule for green space, if that could be added as one of the guiding principles for 5 for conditions of lands, that would be section 5 as well. Or is that also something when we go to the official plan review?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that's also something that would go into the official plan review because it's not really a regulation. It's more of a policy and a goal and a vision type of a statement.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Chappelle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question relates to the valuation of the land. We ran into a couple scenarios where we were sure this was the last building that was being assessed at this value of the 2013 valuation. And as a result, I think we left substantive amount of money that would have benefited the taxpayers of Kingston on the table. And there is no way to change it mid-stride. So I would like to understand if you can give me an example of how this revised bylaw compares to the previous bylaw in terms of real cash numbers, if you can give me an example. Maybe that it doesn't have to be tonight because it's kind of on the fly and I didn't have a chance to send you this email. But in the OP, if this is going to go ahead to the OP, I would like to see that this date changes every year annually on the most recent assessment, not like an assessment that gets outdated by 3 or 4 years, because we've seen some spectacular extraordinary growth in the valuation of property over the last 2 years. So
I think what I heard, Councillor Chappelle, was that it would be based on the date of the building permit issue. Maybe I didn't hear that right, but that would be the most recent date, I think, right?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that's what I was just going to mention, was that there was a change made to the bylaw which speaks to when that land valuation can be done. So if a building permit is not obtained within 1 year of the site plan control approval of a development, then yes, we would require that appraisal to be resubmitted to the city so that it's more current and relevant.
excellent. Then I think that's an improvement I can certainly support.
Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you for the presentation, Speedy, and I'm glad we've got a system that pops these things up in time. Just barely this time. What I didn't understand is we had parkland dedication, which kicks in at 300 units. At least that's the way I read it. And cash in lieu of parkland dedication, it kicks in at 500 units. Why the difference in the number of units? And I'm presuming that still applies. But, because you went into what was and then you went into what is, and I'm not sure.
Ms. Agarwal?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Vice Chair. So those numbers are included in the Planning Act, and I do not know what the province's thinking behind that was, but yes, there is a difference in the alternative rate when parkland is being conveyed versus where cash in lieu is being obtained. But yeah, that comes from the Planning Act.
Does that mean that you do not have to? See, I always thought it was you had to do one or the other, but the way that reads, it tends to suggest that unless you have 500 units and you want to do cash in lieu, you don't have to do it till you hit the 500 units. I'm presuming I'm not reading this properly.
Perhaps if I may, through you, Mr. Chair. The alternative rate is typically applied. You're along the right lines, Councillor Hutchison, to higher density developments. If you actually applied it to a standard plan of subdivision, it wouldn't garner anything more than the 5%. That's where the 5% comes from. So the higher the density you get, the more parkland contribution you get. That's the theory behind it, and that's the way the bylaw is structured.
Okay, so tell me, just very, if you can, very quickly. You're coming with a development that 500 units in, and they could pay, they could give you land at the point of 300 units in the development. And then what if they don't want to do that?
Okay, and another, through you, Mr. Chair, another really good question, Councillor Hutchison. Again, when you start doing the actual calculation, if the city were actually, or a municipality were actually to take a land dedication at that rate, they take up the whole development site. So it's just, it's not even practical. That's why in the cash in lieu principle in a higher density situation, the cash in lieu is actually more desirable because the building, the actual physical site of the development is quite small, right? So even if you took a small piece of parkland there, it'd be pretty minimal. But if you applied the alternative rate, it would be the vast majority of the site. Then all of a sudden the project isn't feasible. So it's the economics behind it, and the developers understand that in general. So, and as do we at the city. So that's why we don't ask for land at the alternative rate, unless it was an absolutely massive site of 10 hectares or something like that.
Okay. Interesting, but complex. Thank you.
So I don't believe we have any members of the public left, do we, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chair, we do have 2 members of the public at this time. So if before we put the motion on the floor, if we would like to give them an opportunity to provide input at this point.
Sure.
Thank you. If you would like to speak to the current application on the floor, if you could please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may call on you. And I'll just ask if the 2 members of the public who are still with us, if you'd like to speak to the matter on the floor, if you can please raise your hand in Zoom. I'm not seeing any movement.
Okay, could I get a mover for this? Moved by Councillor Hutchison and a seconded by Councillor Neal. Is there any further discussion on this topic? Seeing none, all those in favor? And it's carried. All right. So we have no motions, no notices of motion, no other business. We've all received the correspondence that was included prior to this and then also in the addendum. And so I guess what I'm looking for now is motion to, oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Councillor Neal, motion to adjourn. The seconder, Councillor Hutchison, all those in favor? Oh, that went longer than I said. I told Councillor Kiley that I'd have this done in an hour. I don't know what it was. Not a chance, eh?
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Super optimistic.